This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. As Wyoming aspires to be an energy powerhouse, a new generation of cybersecurity defenders is training in Wyoming and at the Idaho National Lab. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that as AI booms, this state-of-the-art cybersecurity training represents a critical but often overlooked component of any energy boom.
Laramie County Community College is one of the leading places in the country to learn how to protect the infrastructure, the grid, the operating system of any energy venture out there in Wyoming. And so as we report on all these different sectors expanding, alongside them is expanding this world of cybersecurity. Luckily, Wyoming has this great resource at LCCC and the Idaho National Lab. It's kind of the Pentagon. It really is kind of overseeing this whole protecting our electrical and energy sector.
Wyoming has already experienced cyber-related threats. In June 2021, Eastern Wyoming College in Torrington was the target of a cyber attack that disabled the institution's computer, phone, and email systems for several days. The man killed in an officer-involved shooting Monday in Worland has been identified as 37-year-old Worland resident Derek Fife. The Worland Police Department said officers found him standing outside his vehicle and he darted into his vehicle as they approached. When he exited, he fought the officers, produced a handgun, and fired at the 4 policemen on scene. 2 officers shot back, and the suspect died on scene. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that this was not the first time Fife was involved in an altercation with police.
I did find an incident of violence toward police back in 2017 around New Year's Day when he tried to bite a deputy that came to help secure him in a restraint chair because he was being very aggressive once taken into the jail. He was sentenced to 4 years probation on that one, and he was released from probation in 2021. He also had a probation stemming from another drug charge.
In the altercation Monday, 1 police officer sustained non-life-threatening gunshot injuries and was briefly hospitalized at the Washakie Medical Center. The 2 officers who shot Fife are on paid administrative leave during the investigation. Attorneys for a landowner in Wyoming's famous corner crossing dispute took their first step Wednesday toward bringing the case before the U.S. Supreme Court. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that if the Supreme Court decides the case is worth hearing, the outcome would decide once and for all whether it's legal for hunters and others to hop corners between checkerboarded private and public land parcels.
That corner crossing case has dragged on forever. Started back when those hunters hopped between a corner between private and public land in 2021 up there by Elk Mountain. It's been through all the lower courts. So far, the courts have all decided up the line in favor of the hunters, but the landowners and the holding company decided they want to take it all the way. So they filed a petition before the Supreme Court. Now, all this does is put it on the extremely long list of the cases the Supreme Court will decide whether they're even going to hear.
It could take until mid-October before the High Court decides whether to take the case. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for something truly unforgettable? Head to the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive every night beginning at 8. From bucking broncs to bull rides, it's America's original night rodeo right here in Cody, Wyoming.
The rodeo capital of the world.
It's family fun, wild rides, and true Western excitement under the lights. Cody is rodeo.
Folks in northern Wyoming are dealing with more aftermath from last fall's elk fire, which burned nearly 100,000 acres as heavy rains are causing mud and rocks to flow down onto local roads. A section of U.S. Highway 14 in the Bighorn Mountains was closed overnight Tuesday after a debris flow covered both lanes and damaged infrastructure near the Crystal Springs rest area between Burgess Junction and Dayton. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that it's been a particularly problematic area since the fire last fall.
Crystal Springs rest area has been a spot of concern since the fire because it's a steep slope. The fire burned there very long and very intensely. So it was a spot where everyone was anticipating debris flows to occur, and several have occurred. This is the first one that was significant enough to cause a partial closure of US 14 while YDOT and the Dayton Volunteer Fire Department were out there cleaning it up.
The highway was reopened by Wednesday morning after YDOT and personnel from the Dayton Volunteer Fire Department spent most of the night clearing mud and rocks from the road. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboy State Daily show with Jake on a Thursday, July 17. We'll get Jen Coker in here and we'll talk about, I don't know what. They're putting sugar back in Coke. Coke says Trump did that for us.
There wasn't sugar before?
No. Come on, Jen. You're hip to Mexican Coke, aren't you? No, it's
yes,
not.
Yes,
it's not what you think.
I did. I saw a documentary on this.
Not,
so we're getting that?
Not illegal drugs.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of times you'll go to a restaurant and you'll say, I want the Mexican Coke, and there's an upcharge. Mm-hmm. That's because it has real sugar cane like Coke used to have back in the... I think they made this switch in the 80s because sugar prices were on the rise and they started using the crap they use now that's not good for you.
Mm-hmm. As if sugar is good for you. Because in that documentary, I have to say, the diabetes epidemic in this particular town where it's made, I can't remember what city that was. But yeah, the diabetes epidemic was nuts. And these people are drinking Coke for breakfast.
Because of Coke with real sugar in it or Coke with, So this might be bad.
Yeah. It'll taste good.
It'll taste good. That's what's in. Trump is getting things done. Important things. I don't care about the U.S. dollar, inflation, price at the pump, groceries. I mean, he got rid of low flow shower heads, and he's given us like scathing, rip your skin off power out of the shower.
Mm-hmm. And same with it. Yeah, and I think he did that, reverse those toilets and dishwashers that do the low flow to save water. And I have one of those toilets and it's awful.
Yeah, all right. See? Are you really saving water when you got to flush 4 times?
That's it. And it's worse.
High fructose corn syrup. That's what I'm thinking of. That stuff.
Oh, yeah, that stuff's bad.
You're better off with sugar. High fructose corn syrup is in everything, and Coke's been using that. And Coke doesn't taste as good. It's probably really bad for you. And Trump has convinced Coca-Cola. There's no timeline on this, but Coke says it's going to start going back to sugar.
Well, sugar is slightly less processed than corn syrup.
Yeah,
a little better.
Tastes better. It might be slightly better for you than the high fructose corn syrup, which I think is not good for you.
No. Would you like a health tip?
No.
I'm going to give you one.
Let me adjust
Stay away
your
from
volume.
seed oils.
What is it?
Stay away from seed oils.
Really?
Like canola, vegetable. Yeah, they're the worst thing for you. That's my first and only health tip.
Seed oils.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Why everybody's going with beef tallow now or something, right? Isn't that what they're all frying with? And
yeah, beef tallow, or if you can get really good olive oil, we buy ours straight from Italy.
okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Fancy, huh?
It's just, it's a lot of work to eat right. I mean, it's
So much
more
work.
work. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I
it's
should.
so much work.
All right. What are we talking about besides Coke?
All right. You want to talk about my missing people from Pinedale?
Really? Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Who's missing from Pinedale?
Yeah, this was that story that we were going to discuss. The one David Crouch, the guy who disappeared in the Wind River Range.
Yeah. What did I do with that? Okay, I have it. I'm back. Sorry. Yep. David Crouch, 27-year-old when he went missing. He was camping in the BTNF.
Mm-hmm.
That's Bridger Teton for you.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's what the hipsters call it?
Yeah.
The locals?
Bridger Teton.
Okay. So he disappeared. He was out hiking. He was with a group, and he just was a kid who, and this is all, I didn't speak to the family. I could not find them in Maryland. Usually I can find a trace of a family, and I just couldn't do it. But he disappeared. By all accounts, he was really exuberant. He was the kind of guy who couldn't sit still, wanted to explore, and everybody was like, calm down. We have a week. And he just wandered off on his own. And, I don't know if you've ever been lost in the woods. It's the easiest thing on earth to do.
Yeah.
But no trace of him has ever been found. However, I spoke with Hank Ruland, who is quickly becoming my favorite retired sheriff. He's up in Sublette County, and he's retired. He was 4 terms, but he's a guy who just has a huge heart for these missing person cases. And he was on that particular search. And he has a theory that David Crouch likely fell into is it Island Lake? Yes. And he was crossing a inlet and likely fell. And he took cadaver dogs back there a couple years later after they couldn't find him. And the dogs indicated on the shore about where he thinks he may have fallen in. And I did speak to the water rescue guy for Tip Top Search and Rescue up in Sublette County.
They're good.
And they're so good. Yeah, they're really good. And he was just like, yeah, maybe, they operate only from the direction of law enforcement. So in order for them to go search that lake, potentially, it's got to come from law enforcement, and it's got to be a credible tip. And he was telling me how much work it is to get that equipment back there, which I didn't think about. I don't know if you're familiar. I don't know that area of the state at all. The BT, what'd you call it? BTN.
Yeah, BTNF. Well, I'm looking at the map now, and this is in the Winds, in the Wind River, which, you got to work hard to get up in there. Yep.
And there's a picture in that story too, if you want to show it, if you can get to it, where the helicopter is actually lifting the boat.
Oh, I see that. Wait, what's the boat? Oh, like a boat. They're going in to float this boat.
Yeah, they have to have a boat to use the equipment. They've got a side.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they've got a side scan sonar and a robot to go underwater, but you can't just, you've got to have a vessel from which to float and to set up all your equipment. So all of that stuff has to come in with you. And that picture is from a different search, because the Island Lake was never searched, because back then they didn't have the capabilities to get all the equipment back there. And they didn't have all that equipment in the 90s.
Okay. And I've seen them use this particular side sonar or whatever it is. They use it in Flaming Gorge a lot when there's problems there, because that water is notoriously murky. It's kind of dark. And that's been successful. I mean, what could you hope in a guy who disappeared in 1997.
Well,
what could you hope to find in Island Lake?
Him potentially intact, given the water temperatures. And I don't know what the water.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be cool enough where he could still be preserved. I don't know. I mean, Hank seemed to think that was a possibility. And if he went in, because no trace of this guy's ever been found, and it's a heavily hiked area. So there's a good, and I talked to another guy off the record, and he's like, there's a good chance. I think he probably did go into that lake. But, it's getting the equipment and just to take that in expense, and those guys stay busy in real time. So to get them to do an operation like that, the question is who will fund it and is it worth it?
Yeah. I'm thinking no. I mean, this area, if you disappear in this area, we can connect the dots as to what happened. And yeah, you're not coming out of there, whether you're in a lake eaten by animals and at this point, 1997, and now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What year is it?
25.
20.
What is that?
I mean, it's been a while.
It's been a while. And I absolutely understand the position of search and rescue. And this in these missing people, the thing is the families want answers and they want their person home. Having done billions of these stories at this point, that is a big, that mystery and having their loved one. For example, I'm currently working on a story of Diane Olson, and she was mentioned in this article too. She disappeared in 1963. She was visiting her grandfather's grandparents' dude ranch up in Pinedale. And she was 16, that's 1963. She just disappeared. Her brother saw her running across a bridge on the property and never saw her again. And I was just speaking to her sister yesterday, who's now 77. She just moved home. She's the last living sibling and member of her family. And she moved back to Pinedale from Utah in March. And she's just like, I want answers. I know she's dead, but I just want to find her. And she thinks about her all the time. It's age 77 and all the other kids are long gone. She's the last soldier standing, as she said.
Yeah, it can be haunting. Hank Rulin says he'll not forget that search that did not turn up the missing Crouch. 1997. That was the year I got here in Wyoming. The spring.
Oh, you've been here a while.
Yeah, a little bit of while. August 1997. Last seen on the banks of Island.
That's David Crouch. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm still thinking of him. Yeah, Island. I haven't been to that lake, but I've been up around this area.
And to get there, it's one of those deals where either you take a long hike or they were on horseback. And I think they were 6 or 7 miles back at that point. So it's not an easy place to get to.
No, but he was like good at this. Like he was in shape, bike.
He's still that guy. He's still, I think, out there doing volunteering, super active. And I don't know how old he is, but he's retired. And I think in 2005.
Well, yeah, that's unsolved mystery. Sometimes they're unsolved. Jen can't do everything. Interesting.
I need some help, guys.
Yeah.
I need some help.
What else? Are you working on anything for the weekend?
I'm not going to have anything this weekend, but I will next. I'm working on this Diane Olson story now. So sometimes there's a wait from law enforcement, and that's the case here. And also, I am going on a missing person search on Saturday. We're going to go look for James Galloway and Sheridan. So we're going to, I'm not sure exactly where we're searching. The search and rescue leaders mapped it out, but we're going to be there all day Saturday looking for him.
I I like the way now, I don't know if we used to do that. Like back in 1997, would there have been a search? You said Tip Top was not involved back then?
Oh, yeah. Tip Top was involved.
They were back then. So in 1997, did they do the like rigid grid search, you know? Because a lot of times you have volunteers and you're like, all right, search, but then you lose track of what have we searched, what haven't we, what should be next. And then there's a protocol, like you search within a, half-mile perimeter, then 1 mile. Like, was it organized back then? Like,
oh, yeah. It was very organized. Yeah, Tip Top's been around since I think 1980.
All right.
And it was a 2-week search. I mean, it was thorough. And they did the grid because there was a potential sighting of him about 3 or 4 miles up on a different trailhead. It's in that map. And so they searched that entire area, but it was land only. And they brought in helicopters also. They didn't search any of the bodies of water at that point. And they did have a rudimentary camera that could go down, but there wasn't evidence to indicate then that he might have gone into the lake. Hank came up with that theory a couple years later when he and his undersheriff flew out there with the dogs.
Yeah, he might have decided to go for a swim or something, and the lake is cold.
Likely fell. And apparently falling into those high elevation lakes, it's like a jolt to your system.
Yeah.
So he could have, and if he was this was an athletic kid. I call him a kid at 27. That means I'm old. But he was, very fit cyclist, runner, sailor. So, I mean, he had a lot of skills, but no mountaineering experience, or very little. I think he'd been to the Poconos once. So this was a big, outing for him. And he was woefully unprepared for the elements.
Yeah. All right. Good story, Jen. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Jake.
Let's click Cokes together. Cheers
Here we
our
go.
Cokes. And have a great weekend.
We'll just plan to have no teeth if we're going to drink that.
You look at such the down. I'm going to stay away from seed oil,
Okay.
Coke is,
You're
I got to
going
have a
for
Coke
it.
now and then. Yeah. All right.
I'll see you.
Be well.
You too.
Jen Coker drops in on the Cowboy State Daily Show on a Thursday. Her story regarding the sheriff still haunted by this missing man. David Crouch, 27-year-old, went missing while on a camping trip in the Winds. Last seen on the banks of Island Lake with a fishing rod in hand and has never been seen since. Then Sublake County Sheriff Hank Rulin said he still thinks about it. He was in on the search. Sometimes you just can't figure what happened. Let's take a quick break and we will see if we can scare up Greg Johnson. I bet we know where to find him. I'm going to look in the Zoom room. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Let's get right to it. It's Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily Managing Editor. We're going to talk about the news of the day. Did you see the ESPYs, Greg, or heard about the ESPYs?
Well, I know about the ESPYs, but I didn't know they were last night or anything like that.
I didn't either. I missed it, but I did see some highlights, which basically is that tennis babe wearing almost nothing. Woo! And Shane Gillis laughing it up, getting like awkward pauses instead of laughs. No, most people do not get Shane Gillis. He is the comedian he was on Saturday Night Live for a cup of coffee, fired after like 1 week, came back to host. His stand-up routine was cringe. I think the guy's really funny, but man, he rubs most people the wrong way. Most people being women, all women. Never seen a woman laugh at any of his jokes. And then only some guys get him. He had a great Caitlin Clark joke. WNBA basketball star Caitlin Clark. If you know anything about her, I thought the joke worked. He said, Caitlin Clark, after she retires, will probably take a job with Waffle House so she can continue to do what she loves, fist fighting black women. I thought it was fantastic. But man, the house just went.
Yeah, I don't know if that was the right audience for that joke.
I don't know. He also had a Shadur Sanders joke. We like to bust on him every once in a while. And he's like, Shadur Sanders got what did he get? Did he win the Heisman or the other guy did?
It was Travis Hunter who won the Heisman.
That's right. Sanders, he had his number. That's why he talked about the number retirement. He's like, Shadur Sanders had his number retired at University of Colorado. Some say it's because of nepotism. His dad's a coach and famous. And he's like, but no way. He earned out on his own merits. After all, the guy was overall 13-12 and almost won the Alamo Bowl. Nothing, man. And they zeroed in on Shadur. He's like, nothing hit.
You got to expect that if...
Yeah. I thought Shane tore it up, man. But yeah, it was well, you hire that guy, you know what you're getting.
Yeah. I mean, I was checking out that big Hollywood memorabilia auction.
Oh, what's that?
that they had. Heritage Auctions. The sled, the red sled from
Rosebud.
Citizen Kane, the Rosebud sled, sold for almost $15 million.
Oh.
The second highest price anybody's ever paid for movie memorabilia.
Well,
it's crazy.
When you think about it, as far as movie props, physical items used in a movie, that's top 10, top 5.
You know what the number one item is?
The boat they filmed Jaws in, that the shark got up on the boat.
No, but that's pretty good. It's a pair of the ruby red slippers worn in the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
Last December. That sold for $32.5 million.
Holy mackerel. And there's authentication. What's the word I'm looking for? Yeah,
I don't think everybody's going to pay that much money unless it's authenticated.
Yeah, unless you can prove that really is the sled.
But this particular auction also had inscribed tablets from the Ten Commandments. It had Luke Skywalker's red 5 X-Wing from The Empire Strikes Back, and one of Indiana Jones's bullwhips. Was all in the same auction.
So cool.
Yeah,
I wonder how that's
lots of stuff.
How does that stuff ever get to Christie's or whatever, Sotheby's, whatever auction house? Like, when the movie's done, there's the prop room, the prop house. There's whatever movie company made the movie. They got a place where they store all the stuff. There's probably an indication after a movie for most movies
what it is it just a lot of times it like hangs around, or someone will take it with them when the movie's done. But like with the Rosebud sled, this guy who had it, he was a director named Joe Dante. He was directing a film for Paramount in '84, and some guy who was cleaning out part of the Paramount lot came to him and said, "Hey, do you want this? They're going to throw it away." And he's like, "Sure, yeah, I'll take it." So a lot of it gets saved that way, where studios have it hanging around forever, and then they decide to get rid of it.
And somebody in the industry recognizes this could be somewhat iconic. Citizen Kane, 1941 film, Orson Welles film. I mean, it's like one of the most studied films in college, and like it's.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
For the listeners, spoiler alert. We're going to give away something from the 1941 movie.
Not really. I mean, there's a sled called Rosebud in it. So at the time, you probably, especially that movie, I think that movie was a slow burn hit, recognized decades later for its just perfect, the way it was filmed.
It tops right now. It still tops a lot of lists as the best movie of all time.
Yeah. Yeah, but in 1945, let's say, you got a war going on. This sled is sitting in some prop room gathering dust. Did anybody recognize any significance for Rosebud? Maybe only somebody in the industry, a fellow director who said, that Orson Welles film Citizen Kane is fantastic. This sled is a central part of the story. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll put it in my apartment.
Yeah, it's just, it happens that way. It's like, like these lots have that Indiana Jones warehouse in it. They just box this stuff up and they disappear in there.
Yeah, but anymore, that film would have been different than maybe a Star Wars, George Lucas. You could anticipate a piece of something from Star Wars. That thing was so heavily marketed, and that had superstardom written all over it. You could think an item from that movie right off the bat would have value someday, if not immediately. Yeah, that's so weird. So that's a lot of money. We never know who bought that sled. We don't know, huh?
We don't know.
Mm.
It was a sealed bid. But yeah, it's just amazing. You know, with AI and everything, there are fewer props because it's just all made up.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have a prop auction. They'll just have to auction off like a little thumb drive or something.
Yeah.
Here's the program that created the staff, handoff staff, or something.
Yep. Or the jet that what's his face flew in. I never seen any of them movies. Who's the little short actor who was he?
Oh, Tom Cruise.
Yeah, the jet that in two of them, right? Then he had to redo. Yeah, the jet. Top Gun jet. Well, it wasn't actually a jet. It was all AI generated. He was in the studio the whole time. Yeah, it's like, yeah, what other movie items, now that we're thinking about it? The ruby slippers from Wizard of Oz, or the wand that the Glenda the Good Witch had, or the broom.
Yeah.
The bad witch.
What would be a good movie prop to own,
Yeah.
I mean, something from Star Wars, definitely.
Yeah. But there's two Star Wars thing, it's like oversaturated. I'm going to go back like farther, a classic, like Gone with the Wind, but there's no necessarily any one prop. Like what?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's like an iconic costume or something.
Maybe a 45 from a Western that John Wayne shot.
You know what would be good? It would be good like the chariot from Ben-Hur. The chariot that he rode.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Or, the tablets from the Ten Commandments that was part of it. That would be a cool thing. And then, because they're movie props, are they the real Ten Commandment tablets? And so is there a political debate about whether you can display them outside your house or not?
Right. Or do they even have the actual Ten Commandments chiseled into them, or is it just gibberish,
That's true. Well, if I remember, it was probably like Hebrew or something,
or it could be like an Easter egg. It's 10 sayings from Hollywood. It's just the nonsensical, making fun.
Yeah. Well, and if you have Indiana Jones's whip,
that's pretty cool.
How can you just have the whip without the hat? You need both, right? You need the whip and the hat. Maybe this guy who has the hat is the one who bought the whip.
Well, the next time I bump into Harrison Ford, who just had a birthday not long ago, I'll see if he's got the hat still. I don't know.
He might.
He might.
You never know. That would be a pretty good prop.
Montana's considering wiping out half their wolves, or at least the potential to do so. Wolf quota of 500, that'd be half of the wolves they got. Mark?
Yeah, I doubt they'll hit it though. I mean, they've had trouble. They didn't hit a 300 quota before.
Yeah,
without raising it. I don't know, but like 15. You take 15 wolves if you're on a license.
Yeah, 15 wolves each is what a hunter would be allotted. Like, you could kill 15 wolves on a wolf hunting tag. And with the number of wolf tags they're going to issue, the numbers would mean you're looking at like 500, a kill quota of 500. They had a kill quota of 300 during the last wolf season, and they didn't get there. 289 total, but they got close. Lizzie Pennick is carnivore coexistence attorney for Wild Earth Guardians. She's, of course, not down with this higher quota. She said wolves maintain their own population. Well, the number one killer of wolves is not wolf hunters, it's other wolves. They're so territorial that their numbers won't get out of hand, she said, because they'll kill each other.
Yeah, but I mean, Montana's pretty good about managing its wildlife. They don't just pull that out. It's difficult. I don't know, someone who has the mission of never kill anything to argue why you shouldn't. I mean, that's your position, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Montana isn't, doing a good job managing its wildlife, or, Wyoming, the way, it manages its grizzly bears. The grizzly bears are doing pretty good. So I don't know, but that's a lot of wolves, and like Mark pointed out in his story, it doesn't seem that people are going to probably hit that quota, but if they think that that's what the sweet spot of their population is, then they should. But wolves are people get really emotional about wolves. It's amazing. Our readers, we put stuff up with wolves and people love it, whether it's Wyoming wolves or Colorado wolves or Montana wolves. People are interested in wolves.
Yeah. People really want to see them when they visit Wyoming and Montana. You think even more so than a bear, or just kind of equal right up there with a bear?
No, they probably like bears better, but
yeah.
But they like wolves too, the wolfy wolf world out there.
Yeah. Well, Congresswoman Harriet Hageman is pushing her bill to try to get the grizzly delisted. We're going to talk to her later today. 1,100 grizzly bears, and she's trying to make her pitch.
Yeah,
her effort.
It might happen.
Yeah.
If they ever get around to, confirming Nesvik.
Well, yeah, and that's what I wanted to ask her, or maybe why would this be the House voting on an act? I thought Nesvik, if he ever got approved, he's still in the nominee phase, nominated in February. We're now in mid-July.
An act is something that becomes law. It goes into effect. Nesvik does it, then it's just policy, and the next guy can come around and change it again.
Okay, good to ask. And also the act would have something I think Nesvik couldn't do. It would prohibit any injunction or any judge making it like...
I think now bills are going to have that caveat on there that this is the law and you can't challenge it.
Right.
I don't know if it's good to have any law that you just can never challenge. But that because there's so many challenges on everything now, I think they're going to start putting that in there. Whether that holds up, I don't know if that'll actually go to the Supreme Court at some point, whether you can bar legal challenges to stuff.
Supreme Court may decide to hear the corner crossing case. I've talked with Mark Hines. I've talked with attorney Ryan Semerad, who is defending the corner crossers. And we were wondering whether, as the deadline approached, whether the landowner would try to appeal this all the way up to the highest court, SCOTUS. And, judging from the way the landowner has behaved all along, you figure he was never going to quit. And sure enough, right at the deadline, he has petitioned the U.S. Supreme Court to hear the case.
I think if the Supreme Court either turns him down or rules against him, he's been ruled against at every level.
Yeah.
He just doesn't want to stop. He just doesn't take no for an answer. I think he's going to go to Trump. Replace these guys.
Which is, Trump's above even SCOTUS. Yeah. Fire all these judges. Yeah, he's just showing no willingness to give up at this point. I don't know if Supreme Court, they don't hear many of these type of cases. They get appealed to them. What else is going on? We got to take a break and come back with more in a second. What are you doing?
I'm balling around.
All right, excellent. Let's take a quick break. I'll be back with Greg Johnson of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
We're back to the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Greg.
Hey, the Rockies didn't lose.
Is that right? Wait, they didn't play. Is that a trick? That's a trick question.
It is a trick.
You know, speaking of tricks, get ready, Abby. Today's Ask Abby trivia is going to be all like trick trivia, like riddles kind of trivia. Really, you have to think outside the box kind of stuff. I don't know if you'll even be able to help her, Greg. Not that you would.
Challenge accepted.
Okay. It could be
to see at that time.
Could be a tough one. NPR, PBS could be defunded here pretty soon. We're talking about 1.1 billion just taken right off. You know, they're ready to cash the check and Congress takes it away. Close.
Yeah, but I mean, they also say though that that's not a significant part of their funding. At least some of them do.
Yeah,
so I guess some of them sell a lot of mugs and bags and stuff. I guess.
Oh, you'd have to sell a heck of a lot of swag.
But they sell them for like Pentagon prices, man.
Do they really?
Basically, I guess they're not typically selling the rewards for donations, but you know. Donate $100. Oh, you get the mug.
Oh, right.
You know what I mean? So it gets to be like, you know, you're buying the $100 mug type of.
Yeah, I forgot about that. It seems like every other day they're running them. They're running their.
And that's the thing. There's
telethons.
It's like constant. It's constant fundraising and drives and asking people for money and everything. I mean. when you're the nonprofit status. But you talked to Lummish yesterday, and I mean, there's quite the growing feeling that it's public money, but it's very left leaning in everything. So, I mean, I thought Claire had a really good point that one of the sources made is like, you know what, especially at the national level, the Corporation for Public Broadcasting has kind of shot itself in the foot by just acting arrogant and not really addressing people's concerns. They could have probably diffused some of this if they hadn't just been like, well, we're, been arrogant about it and said, well, we're PBS. We know what's good for you, type of attitude. They said they could have, probably had it not come to that.
Good point.
It's an interesting thing, and it's not. It's interesting to know too that the bill isn't specifically aimed at that. It's part of a larger giant raft of cuts. It's like 9 or 10 billion, something like that.
Yeah. I
8.3.
I haven't thought about how much public funding they get from tax money, but then with all the telethon stuff they do, fundraising, they're always in a fundraising drive. They get a lot of donations. They
all have their foundations. Like Wyoming PBS does. But then there's also, so I think it just varies by organization how much you get from the national.
Yeah, I haven't watched a PBS in a long time, but NPR, I listen to NPR. I like NPR. I think the reporting, especially when they do some of the foreign, when they do the BBC stuff, I mean, that's good. You're not getting that kind of reporting from around the world from many sources. And I'm sure they do try to be very transparent and walk the middle line when they're telling stories, but they certainly are left-leaning in choosing what stories they tell. I mean, when you listen to NPR.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it can be left-leaning in how it's told as well. I mean, even former people working there still, and former people say, yeah. And, and I don't know that it's directly politically motivated. It's also motivated now where, I don't know. It's just what
they know their audience
does or doesn't offend people. It's crazy.
Yeah.
But yeah, but it's not the type of programming that gets support. The people won't without donations, without the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, they won't be able to operate because it's not the type of programming that people are going to buy a lot of ads for that monetizes well.
Or at least it should be given the chance to prove it. Just same with sustainable energy, wind and solar. I mean, the tax money that's going to PBS and NPR, take that away and let's see if they can live. The fact they call themselves, a non-profit entity and they don't play ads, yet they say this program is underwritten by such and such. And then they spend 20, 30 seconds telling you what that such and such does. And that's a commercial. I mean, that's paid advertising, the underwriting, but whatever. Yeah.
And just for full transparency, we get nothing from King Ropes.
But we should. The 50-50 vote, the 50-50 vote on Tuesday was broke by VP J.D. Vance casting that vote. All our delegates from Wyoming voted to defund NPR and PBS. Republican Senators Mitch McConnell, Kentucky, he's been one that often flips and sides with the Dems. Susan Collins from Maine, and I guess Lisa Murkowski couldn't work out any special Alaska stuff. And
I tell you what, Murkowski is really, she's the Republican wild card.
She totally is. And she gets right by Alaska for being that last vote, man. I don't know if she waits with her finger over the button and says, I don't know how I want to go with this. What can you do for me?
That's right. She should just do what she should just hold everybody hostage every time. Oh, what are you going to give Alaska?
Yeah. Alaska. Alaska needs polar bear protection She is the wild card. You know,
that's right.
I think the ruby slippers, Greg, are probably the most famous Hollywood prop, but here's a couple others that I was looking up on the interwebs. What about the Wilson, the ball that Tom Hanks was? I mean, wouldn't you love to have that Wilson, the ball?
Yeah, that would be good.
Or the ring from Lord of the Rings, Precious's. The ring.
Yeah. I mean, that's the whole point of Lord of the Rings, right? It's the Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah.
Or Willy Wonka, one of the golden tickets. If you actually had one of those golden tickets from Willy Wonka.
Yeah. From the original one with Gene Wilder.
Yeah, the original. Got to be the original.
Yeah. Yeah, so they're probably a lot. But once you think of them as,
some of those making the top 10 lists, the briefcase in Pulp Fiction, that a lot of blood is shed over that. But topping most lists are Dorothy's ruby slippers from Wizard of Oz. So it's no surprise they traded hands for what, 30-something million?
Yeah, it's almost like, it's like, some sports props, here's Babe Ruth's bat, what can you go for? Or I don't know if you ever saw that episode of Seinfeld where George was trying to get fired from the Yankees.
Oh, yeah.
He shows up at a meeting wearing Babe Ruth's uniform and he's eating
spilling barbecue sauce all over it or something. Yeah. Well, actually, speaking of that Babe Ruth uniform, there was an actual Yankee that wore Babe Ruth's hat, and he took the fine that came with it.
Because it's not regulation now?
Yes, he bought. It was that pitcher they had, David Wells. Is that his name? That big.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember David Wells.
I think it was David Wells. He bought or somehow got a hold of Babe Ruth, an original Babe Ruth hat, and he wore it while pitching in a Yankee game. And Major League Baseball said, "Don't wear that hat. It's not regulation. You'll get fined." He's like, "I don't care."
Yeah. He wore Babe Ruth's game-worn Yankees cap during a game in 1997.
Yeah, good for him.
He bought it for $35,000 and wore it during a game during his pregame warm-ups and for one inning of the game.
And then they made him take it off. Oh,
yeah,
boy.
They made him take it off. And he was fined $2,500.
Well, and
he later sold the cap at auction for $535,000.
Oh, he made it more famous than the Bambino. Yeah,
you got to wonder though. Okay, it's Babe Ruth's hat. Yes, we'll buy it for $535,000. Does it add any value that David Wells also wore that?
Maybe. That was told to take it off. It puts a little controversy. Is that more important than Babe? Maybe not, but maybe.
He bought it for $35,000, so he sold it for like 100,000 percent. I don't know what I'm not good.
Yeah, but it's a huge.
I don't have a calculator.
Let's just say a huge increase in value.
That's a huge increase.
Yeah.
But it shows that they really weren't that. If they find him $2,500, it's probably saying, we got to find you something, but they're not trying to make an example out of him.
No, and Major League Baseball is not near as strict as the NFL. They make you tuck your shirt. If your shirt's untucked, you get fined. You wear the wrong socks or cleats, you get fined. They're terrible.
I know. These are Superman's glasses, by the way. They're for sale for $1 million.
Are they X-ray vision?
Well, you have to pay $1 million to find that out.
Greg, have a great weekend. I'm off tomorrow.
All right.
So are you. Yeah.
Yep.
Greg
See you
Johnson, Cowboy State Daily, top of the hour news break. And we'll see you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A wide-reaching legal effort to use permits issued for oil and gas wells in Wyoming and New Mexico to wage a broader battle against climate change hit a significant roadblock Tuesday when a federal appeals court unanimously ruled against a coalition of conservation groups. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the groups had argued that the 4,000 individual drilling permits across Wyoming's Powder River Basin and New Mexico's Permian Basin would contribute to climate change impacts affecting species and habitats spanning from coral reefs in Fiji to polar bears in the Arctic.
Nothing about this ruling denies that climate change is a problem, that species and ecosystems that are represented in the plaintiff's filing, those are real problems. What came down yesterday was a decision saying the way you're going about this, conservation groups, it doesn't match up to current law. You're trying to use these permits in Wyoming and New Mexico to make a huge global point about how we need to be concerned about climate change.
The three-judge panel found that while the plaintiffs had identified potential harms from oil and gas development, they failed to link those injuries to the specific permits they sought to challenge. With aye votes from Wyoming's 2 U.S. senators, a rescissions bill scheduled to claw back around $1.1 billion from publicly funded media cleared a committee Tuesday evening and reached the Senate floor for debate. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that, facing a Friday deadline to hit the president's desk, the bill would strip the next 2 fiscal years' funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, impacting outlets like Wyoming PBS and Wyoming Public Media.
I talked to heads of different public outlets on Wednesday who will be affected if this goes through. Most of them were like, they're accusing us of bias, but there's actually guardrails and there's actually things that are preventing us from being biased that actually commercial outlets don't necessarily fall subject to.
Wyoming PBS receives a rough annual average of $1.4 million, about a third of its operating budget. General Manager Joanna Kale told Cowboy State Daily that losing that money would force significant restructuring within the outlet and other entities that receive that money as dues from stations. Montana is considering setting a wolf kill quota of 500 for the 2025-26 wolf seasons, allowing hunters and trappers to take as many as 15 wolves each. If hunters and trappers fill the quota, it would cut Montana's wolf population roughly in half, leaving about 550 of the predators, according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
Depending on who you ask, it's either a great idea or a horrible idea. I don't get the sense that anybody expects that wolves are going to be relisted as an endangered species in Montana anytime soon. Some people argue that it's terrible, that's killing way too many wolves. And some people are saying, nah, that's what we need to get things balanced back out and kind of restore balance to the ecosystem.
During last year's wolf seasons, Montana hunters and trappers killed 289 wolves. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for something truly unforgettable? Head to the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive every night beginning at 8. From bucking broncs to bull rides, it's America's original night rodeo right here in Cody, Wyoming. The rodeo capital of the world. It's family fun, wild rides, and true Western excitement under the lights. Cody is rodeo.
Archaeologists use obsidian to determine how far people traveled on ancient trade routes across Wyoming. Each flake of the shiny black glass mineral bears a unique volcanic fingerprint that points to its place of origin, which can be hundreds of miles away. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy spoke with Wyoming State archaeologist Spencer Pelton, who's found a significant number of obsidian tools, jewelry, and other relics at the Willow Creek campsite located northwest of Tie Siding.
The significance of Willow Creek is that it's a travel corridor. They've known it's been used for thousands of years. And so they've been trying to trace back where these people are coming from. These pieces of obsidian have been traced back to Idaho, New Mexico. You can look on our site and you can see the map that traces it back and shows you the long distances people actually traveled to get to this oasis in the middle of Wyoming.
For the past 60 years, archaeologists have continued to make new discoveries at the dig site. Using new technology, old discoveries are now also revealing new clues about the people who once were at the campsite. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I did cheerleading through high school. Went to the Colts cheerleading and I loved it. I was about to go to work and my arm went numb on me. I knew I couldn't speak and I collapsed.
After 36 hours, Tessa's worried family and friends called police, who found her on the floor after suffering a stroke.
For 2 days, I was unconscious. I don't remember anything.
Thanks to the American Heart Association's support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs, Tessa got her life back.
I don't have a limp anymore, and I am so encouraged because I can speak now.
To learn more about how the American Heart Association is saving lives, go to helpheart.org.
It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for riding along with us on this Thursday. We welcome into the discussion one of the most famous alpaca farmers in all of Colorado. Only you would never know it. No, just kidding. Dr. Elijah Lackey, did you if you were not in medicine, you picture yourself perhaps an alpaca farmer?
Yes, that is actually true. It's kind of funny. When I was at my last practice, the chair of that program asked me what I wanted to do, and I had actually thought about that for years. I've always thought it'd be fun to be a farmer, and I think if I hadn't gone into medicine, that might have been what I would have done. It seems like a enjoyable and rewarding type of job to do. So
definitely, yeah. I mean, there's no argument, but. Dr. Lackey went into medicine, fellowship-trained neurologist, autoimmune disease, that's his jam, MS, multiple sclerosis. We're going to talk about that because you just joined, this is exciting news, Advanced Neurology of Colorado. For one thing, I didn't realize that this area, northern Colorado, the Front Range, it's like a hotbed for MS, unfortunately, for MS cases, but for MS treatment and people doing that. So tell me, what is this going to be like? I mean, it's very new to you. How long you've been at it? Just what, days, weeks? Advanced Neurology of Colorado. What are they?
Yes, so this is my first week here, but already seeing MS patients, in clinic, and it's exciting to be here. And you're correct. For some reason, we don't really know why this area has a higher rate of multiple sclerosis. That's not really well understood. We know, weirdly enough, that the further you get away from the equator, the greater the risk of multiple sclerosis is. So we know that exists. We don't know why this area has a higher rate of multiple sclerosis, though.
And why, I mean, can we know that? Are we trying to know that? Because I think you got a foot in both worlds. You love, I mean, it's your thing to serve. You want to serve people through medicine, through science. And we're going to talk about your patient care and your philosophy, wanting to see patients, face to face but you also, you've authored a lot of technical papers that I could never understand. So you do the science and you do the bed manner, both. Can we learn anything in science? You're working at it all the time, right?
That is true. And I think we're trying to get to that answer. We know that there's a combination of genetics, your genetic background, and also exposure to EBV, the virus that causes mononucleosis, the kissing disease when you're a teenager. We don't really fully understand that kind of interaction between the genetics and that infection. But could there be a certain type of the virus in certain areas that increases your risk? That might be true. So yes, I do. I enjoy the research. I think my true passion is in seeing patients. So, and that's what I love to do. That's kind of what energizes me, is seeing people and getting to know people in the clinic. So I like the research side because it adds to that. It helps me understand the disease better. And also I like to be able to think about, like, how do you solve the big picture of how do we improve care overall for all patients with MS using research.
And one way I think we've improved care over the last few decades is meds. The medicines are better now. It's not the only way, but certainly matching the right medication with the right patient when we're dealing with MS. Dr. Elijah Lackey, that's important to you.
Absolutely. So back in the early 90s, we didn't have any medications for multiple sclerosis, not a single one. And then now we have 25 FDA approved medications. So we have this huge, we can choose from so many different ones. And, there's not one right answer for one individual. So it's often a process of talking with the patient about, like, what they prioritize in terms of, do you not like needles? Can you remember to take a pill daily? Things like that. What is best for you as an individual?
We're talking to Dr. Elijah Lackey, the latest addition to Advanced Neurology of Colorado. That's a Colorado-based outfit because in northern Colorado, the numbers show 570 cases of MS for every 100,000 people. If that sounds like a high number, it is for whatever reason. But it's also become a place where, like a mecca of MS in the U.S., where people are going for treatment. They learn to go for treatment. What about Wyoming patients? What about telehealth? Can we do telehealth from Wyoming? Wyoming, it's a short drive from Cheyenne and Laramie, certainly. Are you seeing Wyoming patients?
Definitely. I'm very new to this practice still, but I saw a patient yesterday from Wyoming. I'm seeing patients from Wyoming, and I'm licensed in the state of Wyoming. So in addition to people driving down and seeing me in person, some people prefer that. I can also do telehealth, so I can do video visits. Usually your insurance wants you to come see me at least one time in person per year, but otherwise I can, see you video visits to catch up on things and, manage treatment.
And before you even look at the paperwork or the charts, the patient's from Wyoming if they have spurs on, right? Like, probably.
I don't know if that's true. I'm not sure that I looked down at the boots yesterday, but.
But you do. I did see an interview with you or something where you talked about wanting to hear from the patient. You can see the charts. Like, I've got your paperwork. You can read through that and you can have a pretty good idea what's going on as far as MS or whatever they're struggling with. But nothing's better than hearing it from a patient, right?
Right. So I like to hear from people, like, what they do and where they're from. I like to get to know people. That's one of the things I think that helps prevent me from getting burned out, and also helps their care, if I know you more personally.
So how did you get started in medicine? What happened? You college, tell me your route, how you got here to Colorado and practicing now with Advanced Neurology of Colorado.
Sure. So I grew up in Western North Carolina, kind of close to the mountains there, kind of the smaller mountains. And then went off to West Point up in New York. So I was in the Army for a little while. And unfortunately, I had some family members who passed away from cancer. So my parents passed away from cancer, and I chose to leave the Army to go into medicine. Went to UNC Chapel Hill and then to medical school. And then I've been at Duke for most of my medical training. So I did all my clinical training at Duke, essentially, and stayed there to do the fellowship in multiple sclerosis and practiced at Duke University for a couple of years too.
So yeah, that's a pretty neat way to get into medicine, actually, is to unfortunately see someone pass away and then feel like I wish I could do more, learn more, know more about this to help, like whoever. Yeah, that's
right.
inspiring.
I think if my parents hadn't passed away, maybe I would have left the Army and become the alpaca farmer. That's possible.
Could have been that career.
I think that is what initiated that career change.
All right. So you're still finding your way around ANC, but how do we get in touch with you? How do we, if any of our listeners, if it's you or 2 degrees, 3 degrees of separation, you know somebody suffering with MS, is it only multiple sclerosis? You do other things or no? This MS is what you're really working.
I do other things too. I'm a neurologist by background, so I have that. But then I subspecialize in MS. So my real focus is on MS, and that was one of the reasons to come out here is to see more people with MS, to expand that access to people in Colorado and Wyoming. Kind of an underserved area with a high rate of MS. I'm still kind of, like I said, getting my foothold here. But I think the easiest way is we do have a website. So if you go to the Advanced Neurology website, there'll be the phone number for our clinic and also the fax number you can use to get your records sent over. You can call us and find out, do you need a referral or not? Most patients don't need a referral. You can actually self-refer. So if you have MS or you know somebody who has MS and they're interested in coming to an MS center that focuses on that disease, get in contact with us, and we can help with insurance too if that's an issue.
All right. Hey, thanks for popping on with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I appreciate it too. Nice to meet you, and I thank you for having me on.
Dr. Elijah Lackey's brand new with Advanced Neurology of Colorado, right there on the Front Range, and seeing Wyoming patients. I don't know where else you would go if you're in Wyoming. I'm glad we have something pretty close. Thank you. Have a great weekend. Dr. Lackey on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our weather forecasting guy, Don Day, after this.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll get Don Day in here and do a little weather forecasting. Don, what's happening?
It's almost Friday.
Yes, it is. I'm going to have Shireen in for me tomorrow, but you talk nice with her. She loves weather. She's not near as bad as me, who wants to make sensationalism out of weather. Like today, red flag warnings in some part of the state, and the rest of the state still trying to dig out of that cold front.
Yeah, in fact, yesterday we had we talked about this, a record low high.
We did it, huh?
Yeah, in Sheridan, 63 degrees yesterday was the high. Now, you have to go back to 1922 to find a day as cold as yesterday for that date in Sheridan. So, talking about a 100-plus-year-old record, that just tells you the magnitude of that cold front.
That was significant. Thank you, Alberta, whoever sent that our way. Wow. Today, though, temps slowly on the rebound for the northern half of the state. What about windy and hot in other places?
Well, we're going to start to warm up. I wouldn't necessarily call it hot, but it is going to be a little bit breezy, and temperatures are in the west and the north going to warm up. It'll be last to warm up in the south, feeling the effects of that cold front. But we are going to see warmer weather tomorrow and the weekend, about where we should be, which means 80s and 90s on the plains. Higher mountain valleys will be 70s and 80s. We're going to have, it's a real mishmash, Jake, across the state. We've got areas that got a lot of rain yesterday in the southeast corner of the state around Cheyenne and Laramie. Then you go up to Wheatland. They can't buy a drop of rain up in the Wheatland area. It keeps missing them. And then you go into parts of western Wyoming that haven't had a good rain for a while. So it depends on where you are in terms of how it's gone with precipitation over the last several weeks. Generally speaking, though, on a statewide basis, what I see developing tomorrow through the weekend is very typical mid-July, which means it's going to be warm. You're going to have some afternoon and evening thunderstorms. They'll be more numerous in the south and the east where the better moisture will be. But I think western and southwestern Wyoming tomorrow and Saturday will get some thunderstorms too.
And depending on the user group, happy or not happy. I mean, we're getting to where sugar beet farmers want this, and golfers want that, and everybody wants what they want.
Yeah. It's my desire to make golfers happy.
All right. We got to make everybody happy. That's the whole.
It's impossible, Jake, with the weather. Absolutely impossible. Don't even try.
I know it is. Well, congrats, Sheridan. You were chilly the other day, July 16. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast on the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, record low high. Woo! 63 in mid-July for Sheridan. Golly, that's cool. Let's open up the Zoom room, bring right in U.S. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. Hi, Congresswoman. How's everything?
It is humid and interesting, and I don't know what else to say. It's an interesting place back here.
We have got a lot of ground to cover, so we're going to play. We're going to move fast, starting with the Grizzly Bear Management Act. I heard you speaking the other day, making a lot of sense, as you often do. The ESA, they're really good at listing stuff. They're not so good at delisting. We got 1,100 grizzlies. Aren't we there now? Can we finally get something done with delisting?
3 decades of having met the recovery goals. They were listed as threatened in 1975. The state of Wyoming has spent over $1 million. We have 9 full-time employees in the Wyoming Game and Fish Department dedicated to grizzly recovery and management. The recovery goal was 500 bears, an average of 650, and we are at over 1,100 bears. They're moving into territories they've never been. The Fish and Wildlife Service will tell you that Yellowstone, the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, which is their recovery zone, it is, quote, saturated with too many bears. We're having problems with hunters and campers and hikers and outdoorsmen and women. And it's time to delist. You know, I'm not opposed to the Endangered Species Act. I think that the Endangered Species Act was a good law when it was adopted, but it has, like so many laws, morphed into this kind of monstrosity that radical environmental groups and activist judges use it to control large swaths of land and water resources. And the grizzly bear is an example of that.
Yeah, and help me out with this. This will be a sort of a two-pronged question, but A, where are we with nominee Fish and Wildlife Director Brian Nesvik? And can't Director Nesvik, if he is approved and appointed, can't he make the call on grizzlies? Why do we need a congressional act? Why is the House working on this? I assume it's to add that element to the piece of the bill that would block courts, ban courts from blocking the delisting.
Problem. We actually have delisted the grizzly bear 2 different times, in 2002 and 2017. And a judge out of Montana steps in because this is the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. So there is a portion of them in the state of Montana. So we've got a judge up in Montana that steps in and relists, despite what the science says, despite the fact that Wyoming has a very robust and science-driven management plan in place that has been approved 2 different times by the Fish and Wildlife Service. So again, it's because of the activist judges stepping in. So this is an effort to do it congressionally. Now, this was done once before in 2011. Congress delisted the Canadian gray wolf in Idaho and Montana, not in Wyoming, because we had won the lawsuit for delisting with Judge Johnson. And so the Congress delisted the gray wolf in Idaho and Montana. And I think that it is a perfect example of why this kind of a system will actually work. The recovery goal for gray wolves is 150 wolves in Montana and in each of the 3 states, Montana, Wyoming, and Idaho. They have well over 1,000 wolves in both Idaho and Montana, meaning, in other words, despite the fact that they were congressionally delisted, Idaho and Montana have done an incredible job of managing them well above the recovery goal for those species.
All right. Let's, in no particular order, let's just bounce around. We hear a lot about how anecdotally the news, wherever you're getting your news, that ICE, immigration, that whole thing is not working under Trump yet. There's a report that last month, June, the lowest illegal crossings ever recorded at the southern border, just about a little over 6,000 for the month. During Biden administration, there was 6,000 a day that would make illegal crossings. Is border security working? Is it still an issue?
It seems to me that it is working. Not only is it the lowest numbers almost in history, they're not being paroled into the country when they are intercepted, which is the Remain in Mexico policy that worked so well under the first Trump administration. So it is working, in addition to which we just passed, as you know, the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. One of the things, there's one of the components of that is immigration reform and border security. That all came through the Judiciary Committee. I'm very proud of the work that we did in that regard. And it is going to provide for an additional 10,000 ICE agents. It's going to provide funding sufficient for that we can be deporting up to 1 million illegals. It is giving us additional immigration judges. It is investing in immigration policy and in border security in ways that we've never seen before. It's going to fund an additional 705 miles of border walls so that we can complete that project. So there's a lot of aspects of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that will also be going into effect to allow us to better control immigration into our country.
Let's really jump around. Let's go to Ireland. Congresswoman Hageman proposed legislation there, Occupied Territories Bill, targeting Jewish communities. The U.S. is allies with Israel. We should act like it. What's your concern here?
You know, I'm very troubled by some of our European countries. I've always considered Ireland and Scotland both to be fairly conservative countries, and I think that the people who live there are, but their leadership is not. Their leadership has become incredibly liberal, progressive, really taking on policies that I don't think that I expected to see. What you're referring to is legislation to make it essentially to outlaw the country of Israel being a Jewish state. Now, they talk about occupied territories. I wonder if that's how they feel about Northern Ireland. You want to have a discussion? Let's have a discussion. It doesn't make any sense. Israel is the only Jewish state in the Middle East. It is surrounded by Arab countries, and we know the history of it going all the way back to our Bible. So I guess that I'm so stunned at what some of these European countries are willing to do. You know, Ireland has so many problems with inflation, and they have their own immigration problems. They have the issues associated with their own autonomy and their ability to run their country. So I think perhaps that's what they should focus on rather than Israel attempting to protect itself from terrorism.
I saw the other day President Trump signing something had to do with fentanyl, which is dangerous. What's that all about?
Well, as you know, China is the primary source of the ingredients for fentanyl. It's brought into Mexico and then has been smuggled across our border for the last 4 years. Fentanyl overdoses is one of the leading causes of death for, I believe, the young folks between 25 and 45 in this country. It clearly is a scourge on our society, and we have to find a way to address it. I was just reading, on the way into the office today about the open-air drug markets in California, in the Tenderloin District in San Francisco, and in Los Angeles. These are open-air drug markets that are controlled by international cartels that the folks of California, the governor and the mayors of those cities, are allowing to operate. And it's absolutely just devastated those communities. I used to love to go to San Francisco. I haven't been there for years because of the devastation that has been brought by the bad policies of their leadership.
How about, I like this, it's close to my heart, but I hate when I see what should be pets, dogs and cats, being used for studies, for health studies, and they're in cages. And we have a new director of the National Institutes of Health, Jay Bhattacharya. I hope I'm saying that correctly. And one of the first things he did after being appointed by President Trump was to get rid of beagles. I don't know why beagle is the species they like to test on, but we still need more protections for dogs and cats. Why are we like jabbing them with needles and testing on our dogs and cats?
Well, you know, Anthony Fauci was the one who was the supporter of those kinds of studies. And I think that Anthony Fauci, I would consider to be a very evil man for many reasons, and this is one of them. One of the studies that they did is they removed the voice boxes of the beagles, and then they put them in cages, and they they tested parasites and fleas and ticks, and did not allow them to protect themselves. They would put their head into these contraptions and have all of these various parasites attacking them, and then study what the reaction was. But because they would bark, they took out their voice boxes so that they were not even able to be able to bark. A lot of those beagles have actually gone to the ranch near Hartville, Wyoming, the refuge there. So I have actually signed a couple of letters addressing this, saying we do not need to be doing these kinds of experiments. Jay Bhattacharya is a friend of mine, and he is a wonderful, wonderful man. He actually was one of the expert witnesses that I was using when I was in private practice when we were challenging vaccine mandates. He's incredibly intelligent. He was the author of the Great Barrington Declaration during COVID, saying we've really gone off the deep end in terms of how we're approaching this. He was right. He has been proven to be right, to be correct. Really good man, and I'm glad that he is addressing this and that we're able to rescue these animals.
Good. Yeah, Dr. J, do the right thing. I know this isn't like the most pressing issue for the U.S., but I hate to think there's cruel experiments being done on dogs and cats. I don't like it. Speaking of
Dr. Fauci was an evil man. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, and Fauci, and you mentioned the pandemic, and I remember when WHO, they were just running the show during the pandemic. What are we doing about that? The U.S. and the relationship and funding of WHO?
Well, the president has pulled out of the World Health Organization. I support that. I believe we have a bill to do that. And the other thing that we've got to do is under the Biden administration, they attempted to empower the WHO to be able to be solely responsible for all future pandemic response. Well, we know that the WHO is controlled by China, despite the fact that the United States has always been the largest funder, but they're very loyal to China. And that's why, it was only just a couple of weeks, not long ago, that they again came out and said, we really don't know where the virus came from, where COVID-19. Well, anybody with a lick of sense knows where it came from. We know where it came from, and it came from the Wuhan laboratory. They can keep talking about the wet market and trying to shift blame from the EcoHealth Alliance and the people who were doing the gain of function research. But the reality is, we know, I think that it's been absolutely proven. The FBI, the CIA, they know where it came from. They've admitted that. So the WHO is not a good organization, not a good international organization, one that we need to be very careful of. And I'm proud that the president has worked to defund them from the standpoint of the United States.
Amen. Two more things. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman joining us on the Cowboy State Daily Show. You heard from Center of Renewing America. Wade Miller spoke the other day, and I know President Trump is trying to root out all the wasteful DEI spending and initiatives, but we're maybe surprised to learn there's still a lot of money being spent in the name of DEI.
Oh, my goodness gracious. So we had this presentation the other day, as you're referencing, and what this organization has done is it's gone through not all of the various federal agencies. There are over 440 federal agencies, but they've gone through the big ones: Department of Transportation, USDA, EPA, Fish and Wildlife Service, Department of Interior, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they have identified various programs and where money has been being spent on these programs. Now, not all of it is specifically DEI, but it is DEI and DEI adjacent. So it's entire offices that are set up to further this diversity, equity, and inclusion philosophy, which really is foundational to racism and sexism, which is what a lot of it has to do with. The analysis that they've done with these large federal agencies, over $1 trillion. I'm going to repeat that number. Over $1 trillion has been spent on these initiatives or related initiatives to DEI. That's how they have embedded it in our government. That's how deep it goes. Our budget is $6 trillion. 1/6 of the budget, of the federal budget, has gone to this insidious concept, this insidious idea of racism and sexism. It needs to be rooted out. That is not what the government should be doing. It violates the 5th and 14th Amendments. It violates the Equal Protection Clause. It violates the 1964 Civil Rights Acts, Title 6 and 7. It violates Title 9. I can go on and on and on from the standpoint of a constitutional attorney. The reality is we are all equal under the law in the United States of America, and we have been wasting massive amounts of money on this very insidious Marxist ideal.
Congresswoman Hageman, when she's not busy dealing with Ireland and policies with Israel, when she
ideal.
Congresswoman Hageman, when she's not busy dealing with Ireland and policies with Israel, when she's not in a hard hat at the home, you people all the time on. They're like, hey, if you have a problem with a federal agency, reach out to my team. Your phone number is there. The email's there. That gets back to the basics of why we have elected Congress people. How many times have someone said, hey, that's not right. I've been done wrong. I'm going to get a hold of my Congresswoman. The phone line's open.
1,000 cases in the last 2.5 years since I've been in Congress for citizens of Wyoming, and we have recovered almost $7.5 million being wrongfully withheld by various federal agencies. So whether it's the IRS or the VA failing to timely reimburse, or the Social Security Administration, or Medicare or Medicaid, we have been able to recover over $7.2 million on behalf of Wyoming citizens. And I'm very, very proud of the work that my team does on constituent services. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to give them a shout out.
You bet. And thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
That's Congresswoman Harriet Hageman joining the Cowboy State Daily Show. And man, we covered a lot of ground there, but that's what Congress people do. Covering a lot of ground on behalf of Wyoming and the United States. Let's take a quick break on the show. We'll be back with more.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains.
There's no sparks.
But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hello? Cowboy State Daily Show continues here on a Thursday, and I think we're an hour off here. I'm hoping that's the situation. Let me pivot and tell me this is Dr. Sharif. Hatem Sharif, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought we might have a little time shift, mountain time and whatever time. You're in Texas, yes?
Yeah, but that's fine. Yeah, if you want to meet after 1 hour, that will be perfect.
Yeah, because I'm jammed up. Can we talk again in an hour? 1 hour, and we're going to talk about the flooding in Texas.
Yes. Perfect.
Okay, let's do it in an hour. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Because we do have Jackie Dorothy going to join us here in a moment, and then we got Mark Hines coming in. Got a lot of guests we're getting to this morning, and first, oh man, all right, where am I? Let's go to the vote the other day, the 50-50 vote, senator vote on defunding or removing funding from public media. The vote will tell you who voted where. Greg and I talked about this earlier this morning. The story from Claire McFarland. Wyoming senators say their votes to defund public media is due to left-wing bias, the left-wing reporting of NPR and PBS. In statements and interviews with the Cowboy State Daily Wednesday, Senators Lummis and Barrasso said their yay votes for massive cuts to the Corporation for Public Broadcasting are warranted, and it's the left-wing bias of its outlets, and including former reporters for these public media outlets admitting that left-wing programming dominated the left-wing agenda, left-wing stories and slants to stories was par for the course, or has been. So why is public money funding public media? Senators tied on the vote 50-50 Tuesday, and that was thanks in part to Republicans Mitch McConnell, Kentucky, Lisa Murkowski, the Alaskan, who is always going to wait to see what Alaska gets, I think, and Susan Collins of Maine. They all voted with the Senate Democrats, so that made the 50-50 tie, and then VP J.D. Vance came in to cast the deciding vote to make it 51-50. What it means is this is headed to the House now, and then, it could strip public media of quite a bit of money. We're talking about $8.3 billion allocated to the U.S. Agency for International Development. It's public media, NPR, PBS. They don't live solely on tax money. It equates to about a third of their programming budget. They get money from private funds, of course. They get money from underwriting, which is, basically commercials. But this would be a significant move, and it's interesting. It's right down party lines as far as the Senate. The House should be able to, even on party lines, it should not be quite as close in the House for a vote. But the Senate, the 50-50 tie, that's as narrow a margin as it gets. Claire McFarland talks with Wendy Core more about it here. It sounded like this.
A rescissions bill scheduled to claw back around $1.1 billion from publicly funded media cleared a committee Tuesday evening and reached the Senate floor for debate. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that, facing a Friday deadline to hit the president's desk, the bill would strip the next 2 fiscal years' funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, impacting outlets like PBS and Wyoming Public Media.
Wyoming's 2 senators were actually key Tuesday night in advancing what was was a very narrow vote to move the rescission bill to the floor. 50-50, Vice President J.D. Vance had to come and do the tiebreaker. Without their 2 votes, it would not have survived those 2 procedural votes to get into the debate stage. I talked to heads of different public outlets on Wednesday who will be affected if this goes through the Senate and then the House approves any changes. Most of them were like, they're accusing us of bias, but there's actually guardrails and there's actually things that are preventing us from being biased that actually commercial outlets don't necessarily fall subject to.
Wyoming PBS receives roughly annually about $1.4 million, about a third of its operating budget. General Manager Joanna Kale told Cowboy State Daily that losing that money would force significant restructurings within the outlet and other entities that receive that money as dues from stations.
Yeah, that continues to be the big issue of the day. Public media, public PBS, NPR. I enjoy listening to NPR, and I know a lot of people around the state do as well. I've heard Senator Lummis say she enjoys listening to NPR because sometimes it's the only radio you can get in Wyoming, but certainly the programming is it's pretty liberal. I remember listening to NPR during election night back in November when President Trump won the election, and the programming from NPR was, of course, they were in Kamala Harris's camp. They were in her headquarters, and all night, every time NPR made comment about the election, it was in a negative light, like, oh my goodness, we lost, and can't believe the outcome. And, none of it was positive, like, wow, Trump supporters made their voice heard. No, it was all about, wow, didn't see this coming, the loss in the election, did not see. Yeah, it was just all negative slanted. So you can't say it isn't there. I don't know where Jackie is. I kicked Dr. Sharif out of the Zoom room only to find there is no Jackie Dorothy. It's been one of those kind of mornings. All right, so we'll move on to other stories of the day from the Cowboy State Daily. How about INL and an army of cybersecurity warriors training to digitally defend the energy industry? I'm glad these Silicon warriors are out there. And there is such a thing. I heard Bill Gates make a comment the other day saying when AI fully takes over, the only jobs left for humans are going to be these kind of people. And these kind of people are programmers who try to protect certain entities, whether it's a bank, a government entity, intelligence entity, or cybersecurity for an energy. At the Idaho National Lab, where they do a bit of nuclear energy, as you probably know, as AI booms, so does the need to protect critical infrastructure from digital threats. And these could be robots, cyber attacks, whatever it is. David Madison has a story about the program at Idaho National Laboratory setting up trainees with different scenarios. Greg and I were kind of joking the other day about War Games, the movie, which I have not seen, but it's this reminds me of that, where scenarios are posed as part of training. Suppose somebody is trying to hack into your energy data at Idaho National Laboratory. They go through all kinds of scenarios. One of them's called Black Start. It's a theoretical town called Barnesville. They've just hired a bunch of people, and you're in there on your first day of work, and all of a sudden there's a cyber attack that blacks out the entire area. It's just really interesting to learn more about Jeff Hahn teaching a group of digital defenders at the Idaho National Laboratory's cybersecurity training. I'm glad we got something like that. It's a pretty cool thing to learn about. Okay, Jackie's in the Zoom room with theoretical town called Barnesville. Not much time to spare. You got to turn your radio down, Jackie. There you are. Okay, I'm going to turn your volume back up. What happened? Where are you?
I was there. I was listening to you say, I don't know where Jackie is. And I was like, I'm right here.
Really?
Yeah. So I kept going in and out, trying to figure out. But we made it.
Okay. I don't know. I didn't have anybody in there, and I had Dr. Sharif in and really.
Yeah. Out.
Any hour early. I want to talk Obsidian.
Yes. I don't know about you, but I was fascinated by the thought that each obsidian has its own fingerprint and you can actually trace it back to the original volcano. I mean, it makes perfect sense, but I never thought about it before.
I know. When you find obsidian, it's a great indication that there were significant civilization there, especially, well, if it's worked into tools and stuff. But there's only certain places where anyone back when would obtain obsidian. Teton Pass, a big one, Obsidian Cliff, Malad over there in Idaho, Willow Springs. So, yeah, the map that you have in your story indicates where obsidian might have been found. And then when you find it somewhere else, that's pretty cool because then you can figure out where somebody found it and took it to use it.
Yes, they can actually trace the trade routes of the ancient Americans. And that just fascinates me because I don't think people realize how far people traveled. I remember discovering, and this guy was talking about, he was a Arapaho Indian and he traveled from Laramie to Estes Park in like 70 hours walking, not on horseback, but just walking straight through. And we would also have like runners that would run messages and they could go through Indian enemy territory and not be hurt because they were the special designated runners. And so there's this whole culture, this whole movement that's happening around the Wyoming. And this obsidian rock says, okay, this is where this came from and this came from. I mean, you're looking at hundreds of miles. I think they found stuff from almost 500 miles away.
Wow. Obsidian, if you didn't know, it's that black, almost glass-like rock made from volcanic. And what do? They have a machine that can like X-ray and figure out where the obsidian came from?
Yes, they put in this machine and it kind of zaps them. And then they get all of the breakdown of what the material is and where it came from. It just fascinates me that you can do that with the rock.
Yeah, that's a great story, Jackie. How did you find out about this story?
Rotary. I was at a Rotary meeting in Riverton, and I was there for a completely different reason. And he started talking about this obsidian, and that's what grabbed me. He was talking about the trade routes in and out, and how Willow Springs was kind of an oasis and has been used for thousands of years. It was used by Native Americans, animals, wild animals coming to that area. The unique thing about Wyoming is, some of our roads are curvy and not exactly as planned out as back east.
Yeah.
That's because it started out as the wildlife trails. The Indians would follow those trails. And then the pioneers, when they came, they automatically already followed the trails that were there. And so then when the highways were built, they just built them on the trails that were established, which all came down to our wildlife trails is how most of our roads were formed in Wyoming. And so that's why, again, this story is so fascinating when you kind of look at the trade routes and how they ended up at this beautiful place where they would say, okay, we'll meet you here when the moon is this high and the season's like this. And then they would meet in that area. They had formations that they would put on. It's like Castle Rock in the middle of nowhere. It's not an oasis, but it has all those hoodoo rocks that are really interesting formations. So again, let's just meet here. This is what time of the year. And then if they survive the year, they would meet there.
Jackie Dorothy's story, she gets some knowledge dropped by Wyoming State archaeologist Spencer Pelton on following the trail of obsidian. And that follows the trail of some ancients that were here in Wyoming long before you and I.
Oh, yeah. It's fun. And it's interesting to see, too, that they didn't just use obsidian. I didn't even realize this, but they would use it as jewelry as well. I mean, it's a very sharp glass-like rock, very strong, ideal for arrowheads, spear points, tools, but they also thought it was pretty and would make jewelry out of it.
Thanks for dropping in, Jackie. Have a great weekend.
Well, I'm glad we were able to connect.
Me too.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. As Wyoming aspires to be an energy powerhouse, a new generation of cybersecurity defenders is training in Wyoming and at the Idaho National Lab. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that as AI booms, this state-of-the-art cybersecurity training represents a critical but often overlooked component of any energy boom.
Laramie County Community College is one of the leading places in the country to learn how to protect the infrastructure, the grid, the operating system of any energy venture out there in Wyoming. And so as we report on all these different sectors expanding, alongside them is expanding this world of cybersecurity. Luckily, Wyoming has this great resource at LCCC and the Idaho National Lab. It's kind of the Pentagon. It really is kind of overseeing this whole protecting our electrical and energy sector.
Wyoming has already experienced cyber-related threats. In June 2021, Eastern Wyoming College in Torrington was the target of a cyber attack that disabled the institution's computer, phone, and email systems for several days. The man killed in an officer-involved shooting Monday in Worland has been identified as 37-year-old Worland resident Derek Fife. The Worland Police Department said officers found him standing outside his vehicle and he darted into his vehicle as they approached. When he exited, he fought the officers, produced a handgun, and fired at the 4 policemen on scene. 2 officers shot back, and the suspect died on scene. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that this was not the first time Fife was involved in an altercation with police.
I did find an incident of violence toward police back in 2017 around New Year's Day when he tried to bite a deputy that came to help secure him in a restraint chair because he was being very aggressive once taken into the jail. He was sentenced to 4 years probation on that one, and he was released from probation in 2021. He also had a probation stemming from another drug charge.
In the altercation Monday, 1 police officer sustained non-life-threatening gunshot injuries and was briefly hospitalized at the Washakie Medical Center. The 2 officers who shot Fife are on paid administrative leave during the investigation. Attorneys for a landowner in Wyoming's famous corner crossing dispute took their first step Wednesday toward bringing the case before the U.S. Supreme Court. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that if the Supreme Court decides the case is worth hearing, the outcome would decide once and for all whether it's legal for hunters and others to hop corners between checkerboarded private and public land parcels.
That corner crossing case is dragged on forever. Started back when those hunters hopped between a corner between private and public land in 2021 up there by Elk Mountain. It's been through all the lower courts. So far, the courts have all decided up the line in favor of the hunters, but the landowners and the holding company decided they want to take it all the way. So they filed a petition before the Supreme Court. Now, all this does is put it on the extremely long list of the cases the Supreme Court will decide whether they're even going to hear.
It could take until mid-October before the High Court decides whether to take the case. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for something truly unforgettable? Head to the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive every night beginning at 8. From bucking broncs to bull rides, it's America's original night rodeo right here in Cody, Wyoming.
The rodeo capital of the
the world.
It's family fun, wild rides, and true Western excitement under the lights. Cody is rodeo.
Folks in northern Wyoming are dealing with more aftermath from last fall's elk fire, which burned nearly 100,000 acres, as heavy rains are causing mud and rocks to flow down onto local roads. A section of U.S. Highway 14 in the Bighorn Mountains was closed overnight Tuesday after a debris flow covered both lanes and damaged infrastructure near the Crystal Springs rest area between Burgess Junction and Dayton. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that it's been a particularly problematic area since the fire last fall.
Crystal Springs rest area has been a spot of concern since the fire because it's a steep slope. The fire burned there very long and very intensely. So it was a spot where everyone was anticipating debris flows to occur, and several have occurred. This is the first one that was significant enough to cause a partial closure of US 14 while YDOT and the Dayton Volunteer Fire Department were out there cleaning it up.
The highway was reopened by Wednesday morning after YDOT and personnel from the Dayton Volunteer Fire Department spent most of the night clearing mud and rocks from the road. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
For a Native American child living in poverty, opportunities are limited and filled with obstacles. Generational trauma, poverty, and a disconnect from their culture. These children are looking for a new direction. A chance at a better life for their families and communities. At St. Lebre Indian School, Native American children get that chance.
I like that they try to keep us safe. I do feel safe here. My favorite thing about Lebre is how they incorporate our cultural values into our everyday education.
St. Lebre is more than a school. Here, every child gets the education and tools to become the change makers of tomorrow.
Graduating from Lebre will allow me to attend bigger universities and colleges through their scholarship programs.
Learn more about how St. Lebre is helping lead our children to a future that is proud, prosperous, and free. Learn more at stlebre.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Mark Hines will pop in here in a moment. We'll talk about Montana and how they're going to approach wolf management. They've got big plans to hunt the lobo. And we'll talk about that corner crossing issue that just does not go away. The landowner at the center of Wyoming's famous corner crossing case has lost it, every step of the way. Every legal battle has gone in favor of the corner crossers, the men, the hunters that figured out a way using this ladder to access public property into more public property and do it without trespassing. And court after court has sided with the hunters, represented by Wyoming attorney Ryan Semerad, who has been on the show, and Ryan and I talked about this issue. And Ryan said that it was possible. He anticipated that likely the landowner and his attorneys would appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. They extended a deadline, then asked to extend that deadline and were denied. And right at the deadline, yesterday, they did file a petition for the Supreme Court to hear it. Now, will the Supreme Court hear it? That's a big question. Let's get into the Zoom room, and we'll ask Mark Hines about this. Mark, are you surprised that this corner crossing thing is still not done yet? The landowner has brought it to the attention of the U.S. Supreme Court. Whether they'll hear it or not, we don't know. SCOTUS gets a lot of these.
Yeah. Take a number and get in line, huh? Yeah. No, I can't. I don't. Not sure anybody's really surprised by it. But
Ryan Semerai, the attorney representing the hunters, the corner crossers, he probably saw this coming. He's won case after case in different levels of the legal system, and it can only go one more place higher. But as you pointed out, SCOTUS doesn't hear many of these type of cases. It would mean a 5-4 majority ruling is. They get 7,000 of these applications a year and see maybe 10% of them.
Yeah. So the odds are steep. We'll know in a few months' time, I guess, whether the court's even going to hear it. And then if they do, I'm sure a lot of people will be interested in the outcome. It's a thorny issue. A lot of folks are interested in it. So.
Yeah. And that would be, that's as high as you can go. That would be the final say.
That would be, yeah. Unless a future court overturned it, which we've seen happen sometimes, so, so who knows? Who knows where it will all end, Jake?
How about Montana is looking to hunt some wolves?
Yeah.
The numbers, if achieved, would be considerable. The wolf kill quota, 500. That's a little bit of a startling number. It was for Lizzie Pennock. We'll tell you who that is in a minute. And 15 wolves per hunter. That seems like a lot to bag.
In some areas, yeah. Lizzie, she's the attorney for Wild Earth Guardians, which of course is against this. And then I also spoke with someone from the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and they more or less support it. Again, I guess it depends on who you talk to, Jake. I think the quota's been right around 300, which is still a significant number. Montana has a lot of wolves, but as any hunter of any species knows, quotas don't always translate into success rates. And my understanding is that wolves can be really difficult to hunt. I'm going to guess that the trappers probably get more than the straight up hunters do.
Yeah.
In terms of the number of wolves taken. But yeah, it's just you can't be Joe Sixpack standing around with your rifle and expect to get a wolf unless you're insanely lucky and one just happens to come by. I mean, you've got to go find them, and sometimes that can be challenging from what I understand it. But you're right, it's still a big boost. A lot of people have said that the current governor of Montana is somewhat of a controversial figure, and a lot of folks have said that from the get-go, from the day he took office, he's been extremely anti-predator. But other Montanans would tell you that they appreciate that he's managing the predators the way they should be. So that there are definitely different points of view on that, but you are correct. That is a significant number. And the interesting thing with wolves, what happens in Montana can affect what happens in Oregon and Washington, which in turn can and has affected what happens in California, because the wolves that are either established or showing up in those areas, quite a lot of them, if not all of them, originated from that Montana population. So it's an interesting and complex topic for sure.
Yeah, the greater Yellowstone ecosystem as a whole. I mean, that it's difficult for each state to manage its population of wolves, bears, because they don't know what a border is.
No,
you can't just do it on yourself. It has to be a kind of a unified effort, I would think, or it gets really complicated.
Yeah. And the states are kind of all over no pun intended. The states are all over the map on that one.
They are.
And, as well as the interest groups, there are folks who want to delist wolves all across the lower 48, including that significant population in the Great Lakes region. And then there are folks who want to relist wolves all over the country, including those here in Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming. So a lot of push and pull. I mean, I've been covering wolves before they got here. I started writing about wolves in the late 80s, very early 90s, when the reintroduction was still just talk. And people were having back then. People were having all these same arguments. I mean, some folks, they'll read a story about this and they'll think it's a new topic or it's a new hot thing on the block. And it's like, no, I mean, this has been going on for. Well, I guess it's been a minute. I guess the late 80s were a minute ago, weren't they, Jake?
A minute.
Yeah.
You've talked to Doug Smith before, right?
Yeah. I've visited with Doug on a couple occasions. Yeah.
Yeah. He was the guy. He was back then instrumental wildlife biologist in the wolf recovery. Doug's been there from day one. I think he's retired now, but Doug would probably back up what Lizzie contends, that to a certain degree, wolves do police their own population. The biggest killer of wolves is wolves. They're very territorial.
Yeah, I've heard from Doug and others, not only other wolves, but also the animals they hunt. Taking down, for example, elk. An elk is no small thing, especially if you don't have a gun or a bow or even an atlatl. You've just got, wolves get, they get kicked in the head by prey critters all the time. And if you're a wolf or any kind of predator, a broken jaw is a death sentence. So quite a lot of them die that way as well. So.
When Mark is not busy sighting in his atlatl, he might be hanging out with the Game and Fish Commission. Did you go to that Tuesday meeting? And
yeah, that was a long one, but you have to appreciate a lot of people showed up to testify and they let people get up and talk. They didn't cut anybody short, and they didn't. Some of these meetings you go to after they get through so many people. The commission or the committee or whatever it is says, okay, that's it. Public comment is over. No, they let everybody say their piece, and overwhelmingly against the proposals, at least in terms of acreage, ownership percentage, and animal use days. Those two other things that are hanging out there, which were spoken about quite a bit, which is whether the tag should be transferable or whether they can be sold, and should there be a cap on the percentage of tags in any given hunt area, because my understanding is there are some hunt areas where if the draw goes a certain way, every single tag goes to landowners. So there is some talk about a cap, but those two topics, the Game and people talked about it, but the Game and Fish Commission doesn't have any authority to do anything about those because those require changes in statute. And only the legislature can change statute. The Game and Fish Commission can change game and fish regulations, but not state statute. So that's an important distinction. So, if you remember that super cheesy, we just mentioned the 80s. You remember that super cheesy song from the 80s, "It's Not Over Till It's Over"? It was like the third or fourth iteration of that band that Grace Slick was in. You know what band I'm talking about? But yeah. I think overall everybody's expecting that landowner tags are going to come back up before the legislature because the Game and Fish Commission resolved what they could resolve, but there are still unresolved points that only the legislature can deal with, and I don't think this is one that's going to go away. We're gonna hear about this in Cheyenne this coming spring, I'm sure.
But as Cowboy State Daily outdoor reporter Mark Hines points out, at that meeting in Casper, the Game and Fish Commission, they did listen and they did appear to hear. Yeah. Okay, good deal. Well, thanks for going to that. And let me know how do you get that atlatl sighted in?
I've only tried it once. I had it at the Archaeology days or whatever they have there from the University of Wyoming. And, I was really good at arcing the distance, but my elevation was great. My windage sucked. How to get that thing to fly right, left to right, forget about it.
Yeah.
I could make a really pretty arc with it, but I could not get it to go where I wanted it to. So
it's a lost art, man, truly.
Yeah, it is. All right.
Thanks, Mark.
Well, talk to you later. Bye.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily. He covered that Wyoming Game and Fish Commission meeting in Casper on Tuesday that had a big turnout. A lot of folks had things to say about proposed changes in the hunting regs, especially upping the acreage, increasing the minimum acres to get landowner tax. That did not sit well with many people, and the commission did say, we hear you. We're going to take that off the table, but a couple other items still yet to be decided, perhaps in the legislature coming up, although we're headed to a budget session year, so maybe not. More to come here at the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Thanks for being there.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that I would never be able to get over it and that my kids wouldn't have a father. I overdosed on heroin and I lived. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. For the longest time, fear held me back from ultimately being who I wanted to. I found the fatherhood program and it was one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life. My desire to change had finally outweighed my desire to stay the same. I felt powerless for so much of my life that it's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. For the first time, I finally feel like I'm exactly where I should be, where I want to be.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake as we welcome into the room Tom Lubnow. Tom, great column again. Your opinion pieces, your column's fantastic. We were just talking to Mark Hines about the Game and Fish Commission meeting Tuesday in Casper and all the people that turned out to talk mostly against some proposed changes in the hunting regs. And Mark said that the commission heard everybody out. No matter how many came up to the mic, no matter how long they wanted to give the commission an earful, they heard everybody out. So that was an indication. That was a good opportunity to see public comment work. And your piece about public comment mostly concerns when public comment isn't working or somebody is making it not work. What's your column about? Where have you really noticed public comment is, I don't know, phasing out or getting phased out on purpose?
Well, it seems this last legislative session, and I don't, nobody will talk to me from the legislature, not many people, but it is being purposely squelched. You see the effort to defund the governmental lobbying groups who act as a voice for your city councils and your county commissions. This Judiciary Committee meeting has some amazingly controversial topics, and they're just allocating seconds to it. And you have to understand how a legislative committee meeting works. What happens is somebody, usually from the Legislative Service Office, presents the language of the bill, explains the bill. That takes about 20 minutes. Then they call for either legislator comment, depending on the chairman, legislator comment or public comment. And then the legislators debate, they close public comment, the legislators debate the language of the bill, and then they vote on it. And for a little page bill, that generally takes about an hour. We've got 13 agenda items coming in front of the Judiciary Committee on one day. And they're big things, like transferring mineral interest ownership from the mineral owner to the surface owner. Saying, well, if you haven't used your minerals in a period of time, the surface owner gets it. Well, there ought to be some input on, at least from mineral owners who don't want to lose their minerals, and surface owners who are getting minerals for free. We ought to hear about that. We also ought to hear they have Wyoming has this process where judges are selected, and it's fully independent of politics. It's the Merit Selection and Retention Plan. And we went away from electing judges in the 70s because can you imagine a judge with a Pennzoil sticker saying, I'm here sponsored by Pennzoil on his judicial robe. That's what was happening with judges having to campaign and raise money to campaign. So we went away with that to the Merit Selection Plan. Well, now the Senate wants to confirm judges. Well, you can imagine in a baby scale, legislators saying, are you going to vote on a case for my pet issue or not? When the judges should be, and in Wyoming are, obligated to follow the law and the Constitution. So that's a huge issue. They've got a law that says that if you have obscenity defined by the legislature in a high school or public library, the librarian can go to jail, which is a pretty big change. And then I was on in the 80s for 3 years, the governor's probate statute study committee, where we looked to revise the probate statutes. There's two of us still left that were on that committee, Bob Wyatt from Sheridan and I. Everybody else has passed away, but we studied the code for 3 years to rewrite the entire probate code. They dedicated 40 minutes to discussing rewriting the probate code. They're hearing from the state hospital, and there are huge problems at the state hospital. People are waiting who've been committed for mental illness 6 months to get down to the Wyoming State Hospital because there's not a lot of open spaces. They're overworked and underpaid. And they're giving that 40 minutes to consider. So it seems to me that the only reason that you would consider these major bills and give so little time for public input is that you've already decided you're going to pass them and you don't care what the public thinks. Now, nobody's told me that, but if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck.
Let me ask you, are we talking about two different things? Are we talking about committee meetings where you would assume more time is set aside to learn? Like, we want to hear this and this and this. We want all this input at a committee meeting. I can understand during the very limited legislative session, if something hits the floor, you've got hundreds and hundreds of bills, and you're just by time constraint, you're saying, all right, no more public comment, no public comment. But at committee meetings, there should be time. I mean, that's the whole reason you're looking at stuff, right?
Yeah, it's the whole purpose of having an interim committee meeting is to take the time to consider really, really controversial issues, and then to really, really consider the language of the bill. And I've been critical in lots of columns that I don't think that many legislators are even reading the bills. They just look at the bill title. It says gun-free zones, and then they don't care about the operative language of the bill. And the reason that we're having so many challenges against legislation that this recent legislatures have passed is they're sloppy with their language, and they're sloppy with their constitutional interpretations. And they just say, well, we believe what we believe, and we're not going to believe anybody else. So we'll just limit the input and believe what we want to believe. And that's frightening. What makes a good legislator is to listen to all points of view and to think about the language and think about the problems in the bill, because what you're doing is you're drafting laws, and you're not drafting public policy. You're drafting the laws that implement public policy. And if you don't read or understand the language of the bill, you can't do that.
Let me ask you, I don't know if this is a related topic or not, but by the way, we're talking to Tom Lubnow. Wrote his latest opinion piece in the Cowboy State Daily, guest columnist or Cowboy State Daily columnist. Why is there an effort to make public comment to the legislature impossible? Could it be the input of the Wyoming citizen is an impediment to the consolidation of power in a few puppet masters in the legislature? Tom, telling it like it is. How about this? I'm just reading in Teton County, there's an outfit that was formed to save the rodeo grounds, Honor Wyoming. They claim their email communication, their emails are being filtered out. And there may be an issue with the LSO with the legislation. And I know the LSO is under some new audit. Is that a situation too, where your email correspondence isn't getting through?
I think that's sort of a sham argument. We all have virus filters. We have to. We have spam filters, and we send things to the spam filter. What they're complaining about is that emails are going to the spam filter, and sometimes good emails go to the spam filter. Sometimes when somebody uses bots to send you 50,000 emails on the same topic, they go to the spam filter. I don't know the specifics of those emails. It's been a long, long time since I had a Wyoming legislature email account. But it seems to me that that's what they're fighting about. And it's frightening. Now, the audit, I've got a column submitted to our bosses on the Management Audit Committee and how they're really feeling their oats, I think is what I used in the column. They're taking on lots and lots of big things. They're going to do an investigation of the county clerk in Weston County. They're going to audit the Legislative Service Office. And they've subpoenaed 2 town officials to come and explain to them why they don't respect the state's authority as much as the little towns probably ought to. And by all accounts, the town officials say, well, we're working with the department audit to fix our deficiencies. It's just hard. And so if they're doing that to craft legislation that works better, that's a good thing. But if they're doing that to do a criminal investigation, that's a really bad thing.
Well, is it What is it a case of why there isn't enough time set aside for these topics? Is just this how we are? Everything, we got too much to do and too little time, or you do think there's something more dark underneath? Like there really isn't. There really nobody wants to hear the public comment, really.
Well, I think it's a function of both, and this is just speculation on my part. I think there's a certain group of legislators who believe that they're absolutely right, and that anybody who disagrees with them is either a former Democrat, a communist, illegal.
Right.
And so rather than take the time and exercise the intellectual discipline to understand what the arguments are and either say, oh, that's a crock of hooey, or, well, maybe you have a point, let's see how we can fix it. They just want to silence that. I also think that a new group of people have taken power, and they have an agenda that they want to jam through, and they're going to do it despite the problems that people see fit. And then they use all of these politically charged focus group buzzwords. I saw a letter to the editor today where they're saying Andrea Ocasio-Cortez inspired lawfare. Well, and that was on the school vouchers case. Well, if you read Judge Frolicker's opinion, and it's a good opinion, he says the Wyoming Constitution says that you can't fund religious entities with state dollars. That's what the Constitution says. And he says, if you're given $7,000 of tax dollars to a privately funded school run by a church, you're giving state tax dollars to religions, and you can't do that. Well, there might have been some ways to craft that legislation so they didn't have that problem, but they just said, we're going to set up a pretend process. Sort of like a district court judge always says when he hears a criminal case, they always hear the same thing. Well, it wasn't my drugs. They were in my car and they had my fingerprints on them, but they weren't my drugs. They were another guy that was sitting in my car who just accidentally left them there. Well, that's sort of the same thing with school financing. I'm way off topic. I apologize, Jake. Sort of wandered on it.
That's all right. Tom Lubnow, Cowboy State Daily columnist, spent over a decade with the legislature, former Speaker of the House, and his latest column is worried that maybe it's a strategy of legislators to use time as a weapon, as in we don't have enough time for the public comment. When you set aside 40 minutes for important topics, are you really giving everything a fair shake and a fair discussion? We just saw Game and Fish Commission do it right. They spent hours listening to everybody, but our legislators on these committees, do they have their mind made up ahead of time? Interesting, Tom.
Well, I appreciate you having me, Jake, and I appreciate you sharing my concerns. It would be easy just to do one or two of these topics at a time and take lots of input and understand it. That they're doing 14 or 13 topics in a day is frightening.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that almost guarantees you're not going to be able to hear many opinions outside of what you want to hear. Thanks, Tom. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Tom Lubnow on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be right back. I got to clear the room for our next guest. Thanks for spending your Thursday with us. We'll be back in just 3. Stay there.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so big. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show back on a Thursday. And we're going to talk Texas floods in a moment with PhD Dr. Hatem Sharif. He'll be on here to talk about, could we have predicted more farther ahead of time? Could we have known in more advanced time about the flooding? Why does that area of Texas flood so much? And what are scientists doing about predicting floods like this? New Jersey flooding in New Mexico. I mean, can't this be anticipated? Folks like Hatem Sharif, who is a professor at University of Texas, San Antonio, he has a lab designed to do flood modeling, environmental data crunching, geospatial data analytics in his lab, which is a hydrometeorological, try to say that fast, and geospatial analytics lab. His group is doing exactly this. They use algorithms and they process satellite and radar observations of Earth, and they package it in a digestible way for the general public. Hatem Sharif's been doing this for a long time, one of the most respected people in this field in state-of-the-art hydrological and flood modeling. I mean, he is the guy that people turn to learn more about flooding and natural disasters like this. So It'll be interesting to pick his brain on the flooding in Texas Hill Country that claimed now like over 160 lives so far. And it's not a surprise. Area prone to flooding for many, many years. There's reasons why, and we'll talk about those in just a bit. So let's get Dr. Hatem Sharif in here right after this. Let's rodeo real quick. Western Ag Network on the Rodeo Roadshow.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen from Salinas, California. The California Rodeo Salinas. Glad to be a part of that for the better part of 25 years. One of the biggest rodeos in the world. Speaking of one of those big rodeos, the Calgary Stampede just ended its 10-day run. We'll have results from up north coming up next.
Hi, I'm Lander Nicodemus with Torrington Livestock Markets. As a livestock market owner and a member of the LMA, I believe it is time for our industry to align and drive meaningful changes that will safeguard a future for ranchers. I'm asking all who are hearing this to sign on to this effort as we work to achieve and maintain ag-friendly tax policy, improve risk management tools, access to labor, flexibility for livestock haulers, and create support for young and emerging livestock producers. Now is the time. Learn more and sign on at commongroundsummit.net.
The U.S. Cattlemen's Association Summer 2025 Cattle Producers Forum and Board Meeting is July 22nd and 23rd in Billings, Montana. Highlights on July 22nd include policy discussions, a ranch tour, and a night with Northern Livestock video auction. And July 23rd, it's a full day of industry updates on important issues like producer profitability, the Packers and Stockyards Act, and most importantly, markets. For more information and to get registered, visit uscattlemen.org.
The Calgary Stampede ended its 10-day run up north of the 49th parallel, the greatest show on dirt, as they call it, and the $50,000 winners were determined. In the bareback riding, Idaho's Cooper Cook, 94 points. My goodness, what an electric ride. He wins the 50. Actually, these guys and gals won quite a bit more as they made their way through the journey of determining the champions. But these are the ultimate champions of the Calgary Stampede. Scott Gunther from Alberta, Canada, the Canadian finalist, the national finalist, wins the steer wrestling. Zeke Thurston wins the saddle bronc riding. The four-time world champion is also a four-time Calgary Stampede champion. Shad Mayfield, the former tie-down roping world champion and all-around world champion, wins the tie-down roping exactly 40 years after his dad won it in 1985. Barrel racing, Anita Ellis wins the barrel racing event. Shelby Bosley Medjid wins the breakaway roping for the first time. They've only had that breakaway roping just this year. She wins the inaugural, and Wasey Shallow wins the bull riding. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
All right, thanks, Will. Cowboy State Daily Radio Network back in studio. We're going to talk to Dr. Hatem Sharif, PhD, PE, MPH. He's got more letters than a mail carrier after his name. That's because he is the guy folks turn to when it comes to flooding and understanding why we have flooding and how we can anticipate maybe flooding. Professor at University of Texas, San Antonio, Hatem Sharif joins us from his, I am assuming from his lab, where he is working on hydrometeorological and geospatial analytics. His group uses environmental data, modeling techniques, geospatial data analytics. It's state-of-the-art hydrological and flood modeling. First off, hey, thanks for being on, Mr. Sharif and Dr. Sharif. And I guess first thing we should say is we shouldn't be surprised about the flooding in Texas in the Hill Country. We know this happens there.
Thank you and good morning for having me. Of course, this is Flash Flood Alley. So it is a name that has been coined for this region for a reason. It is one of the most flood-prone regions in the entire world. And because of the steep slopes of the Balcones escarpment, so there is those streams, streams and steep slopes accelerate rainfall runoff. And the soils here also are shallow, like clay soil that are shallow. There is no room for absorption of water, so all the water becomes runoff. And the landscape is carved by a dense network of creeks that funnel water into larger ones and ultimately into rivers like the Guadalupe River. So response to rainfall is really, really fast in this area.
Yeah, we saw how fast the Guadalupe River was able to rise. It's fed by so many creeks, and as you point out, these are shallow creeks where the soil just isn't going to absorb a ton of water. It does not take a lot of water. All these creeks run into that river, and then that river rises. It could happen really fast. You talked about the Balcones
escarpment.
Explain why that is such a factor in weather. You get that warm Gulf moisture comes, it hits this escarpment, and what happens?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, especially there was a lot of moisture in the atmosphere this time, and then it hits the escarpments. It is lifted, so more condensation, more rainfall, and also the storm stalls here, dumping a lot of water in this location, and the response becomes very fast. And another factor in this storm is that the warm waters of the Gulf keeps feeding this storm, which is stalled around this area, so it slowed down a little bit in its movement, dumping a lot of water in a very short period of time. So there are reports for the 3-hour storm. This is, for some locations, this is especially southern fork of the Guadalupe River. This can be considered like a 1,000-year storm or something.
Yeah.
So this is really huge. There are many factors that affect this, and it affects runoff and affect rainfall also in storms.
You authored a paper that's pretty interesting in 2015. Floods are the leading cause of fatalities connected with natural disaster in Texas. You looked at flood-related fatalities from 1959 to 2008. Comparing this data with other states. One reason why we're seeing more and more fatalities due to flood in Texas anyway is there's just more people in Texas and they're out there more.
That's right. There are more people, and then we have the flash flood alley, and we have I think something unique about Texas. As I said, there are so many, a dense network of creeks. They are what is called low water crossings. So those creeks, they intersect with rural roads and sometimes urban roads. This is not feasible to build bridges at thousands of locations like this that flood every 10 years or so. Some people try to drive into flood water. They underestimate the velocity and depth of water, and then they end up being washed away.
That's a big thing. I know you study the behavior of water, but the behavior of people often contributes to why we have fatalities and floods. People think they can walk through something, or especially drive through. It does not take much water to pick up your vehicle and flip it or carry it away.
That's true. And this is why I think we need more education. We need to educate the public about these kinds of events, and those flash floods. They develop so very fast, and I think, regarding warning in general, I think the warning maybe it can be more specific, like location, description of the hazard itself. Is it like flooded streets? Is it rising waters, in residential areas, and also timing? When will this happen? So that, and it should be also action oriented. Do not drive, for example, stay in shelter or move to higher ground. I think that will help also helping the people, that the people can cooperate with authorities and will be able to like save themselves.
We're talking to Professor, University of Texas, San Antonio. He's an expert in all this kind of stuff, flooding and how weather can make flooding. Hatem Sharif, what more do you want to know? How can you get better at predicting when weather is going to create a flash flood?
I think NOAA is doing a good job in try like predicting the storm, but I think we need an integrated forecasting system that also will include a sophisticated hydraulic model that can predict impacts on the ground. So when and where the water will rise, how fast it will be, some timeline, which roads will become impassable. This will help residents. And also, at the same time, it will help like emergency, operators. They can navigate their way through the flood, know which areas to maybe evacuate first, how this will develop on the ground so that they can put a quick plan to rescue people and warn them and send directed messages to certain people.
Yeah, more integration. It's not enough to just know here comes a storm to Texas Hill Country, because as we see, what could have been forecasted as just a 3-hour event, all of a sudden you get the Balcones escarpment and that feature, and storms just stall and it just rains and rains and rains. And if we already know what's been happening on the ground, if we already know how high the creeks were running before this even happened, maybe you could forecast better what kind of a flood event is coming.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, and I think another factor is educating also people who run camps, like authorities. If we have 8-inch storm and then suddenly they say it will become maybe 10 inches, what does that mean on the ground? Do I need to evacuate those camps or not? I think educating people, having a plan on because rainfall itself probably doesn't give enough information for people. Will I be flooded? Will my location be flooded? Should I shelter in place or should I run away and to higher ground? So I think that will help educating the public, and the officials and camp managers will help, I think.
Are you following the flooding that's going on elsewhere in the country? The Rio Doso, the New Mexico, New Jersey has had flooding. I mean, each case is different, I guess.
Yeah, that's right. Each case is different. Sometimes you have urban flooding. We had actually a big one in San Antonio that killed 13 people 3 weeks before this one. And we had river flooding. We have so I think there are different types of floods. But I think the flash flood in Texas is unique in terms of the fast response to those floodings.
Yeah, and
those rainfall events.
Yeah, this area, Hill Country, is a flash flood alley, and the Balcones escarpment, that kind of rock outcropping arc from Waco to Del Rio. We know the situation. We know why it is so flood prone. Just being able to get word out ahead of time, I guess, would be super important. Did you know? I mean, are you doing anything day to day that watches this? Did you have any heads up, an idea that this is going to be a big flood?
I think it's nothing is specific. So we expect it to. When you follow the news, this will be big. Yeah, but I think it's specifics. I think you need the model. You need to be familiar with the area, and this is why I think each area is unique, and people should be educating about the history of location. Yeah, that is very important in Texas. Those events come say every 10 years in one location. I think the history of flood is interesting in Texas. People should be familiarized with some. You find some. I talked to some old people. Yeah, we saw this before, and we knew that this will happen because it happened in 1987, for example.
Yeah.
So I think the history is unique, and people should be educated. Those storms are not like that frequent, But when they come, usually they create a lot of flooding.
Well, thank you for spending time with us. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Have a great dry weekend if you can.
Okay. I hope so.
Me too. That's that's Dr. Hatem Sharif. He's a professor at University of Texas, San Antonio, and he's got a lab that just, this is what he does 24/7, trying to see weather and the effect weather will have on potential flooding. And yeah, this Texas flooding, I think the takeaway is can't be too surprised it happened. This is Flash Flood Alley after all, and it's just happened so fast that land can only hold so much water, so much rain because of the soils, because of the lay of the land in Texas Hill Country, so many steep hills and so many creeks, named and unnamed, feeding the Guadalupe River. And before you know it, a 24-hour, 48-hour rain event has created flooding. Man, it's just awful. So big thank you to Hatem Sharif for stopping in with us. That's going to take us to the top of the hour break here. We'll be right back after that with much more. Don't go anywhere. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A wide-reaching legal effort to use permits issued for oil and gas wells in Wyoming and New Mexico to wage a broader battle against climate change hit a significant roadblock Tuesday when a federal appeals court unanimously ruled against a coalition of conservation groups. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the groups had argued that the 4,000 individual drilling permits across Wyoming's Powder River Basin and New Mexico's Permian Basin would contribute to climate change impacts affecting species and habitats spanning from coral reefs in Fiji to polar bears in the Arctic.
Nothing about this ruling denies that climate change is a problem, that species and ecosystems that are represented in the plaintiff's filing, those are real problems. What came down yesterday was a decision saying the way you're going about this, conservation groups, it doesn't match up to current law. You're trying to use these permits in Wyoming and New Mexico to make a huge global point about how we need to be concerned about climate change.
The three-judge panel found that while the plaintiffs had identified potential harms from oil and gas development, they failed to link those injuries to the specific permits they sought to challenge. With aye votes from Wyoming's 2 U.S. senators, a rescissions bill scheduled to claw back around $1.1 billion from publicly funded media cleared a committee Tuesday evening and reached the Senate floor for debate. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that, facing a Friday deadline to hit the president's desk, the bill would strip the next 2 fiscal years' funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, impacting outlets like Wyoming PBS and Wyoming Public Media.
I talked to heads of different public outlets on Wednesday who will be affected if this goes through. Most of them were like, they're accusing us of bias, but there's actually guardrails and there's actually things that are preventing us from being biased that actually commercial outlets don't necessarily fall subject to.
Wyoming PBS receives a rough annual average of $1.4 million, about a third of its operating budget. General Manager Joanna Kale told Cowboy State Daily that losing that money would force significant restructuring within the outlet and other entities that receive that money as dues from stations. Montana is considering setting a wolf kill quota of 500 for the 2025-26 wolf seasons, allowing hunters and trappers to take as many as 15 wolves each. If hunters and trappers fill the quota, it would cut Montana's wolf population roughly in half, leaving about 550 of the predators, according to Outdoors reporter Mark Hines.
Depending on who you ask, it's either a great idea or a horrible idea. I don't get the sense that anybody expects that wolves are going to be relisted as an endangered endangered species in Montana anytime soon. Some people argue that it's terrible, that's killing way too many wolves. And some people are saying, that's what we need to get things balanced back out and kind of restore balance to the ecosystem.
During last year's wolf seasons, Montana hunters and trappers killed 289 wolves. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking for something truly unforgettable? Head to the Cody Night Rodeo, where real cowboy action comes alive every night beginning at 8. From bucking broncs to bull rides, it's America's original night rodeo right here in Cody, Wyoming. The rodeo capital of the world. It's family fun, wild rides, and true Western excitement under the lights. Cody is rodeo.
Archaeologists use obsidian to determine how far people traveled on ancient trade routes across Wyoming. Each flake of the shiny black glass mineral bears a unique volcanic fingerprint that points to its place of origin, which can be hundreds of miles away. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy spoke with Wyoming State archaeologist Spencer Pelton, who's found a significant number of obsidian tools, jewelry, and other relics at the Willow Creek campsite located northwest of Tie Siding.
The significance of Willow Creek is that it's a travel corridor. They've known it's been used for thousands of years, and so they've been trying to trace back where these people are coming from. These pieces of obsidian have been traced back to Idaho, New Mexico. You can look on our site and you can see the map that traces it back and shows you the long distances people actually traveled to get to this oasis in the middle of Wyoming.
For the past 60 years, archaeologists have continued to make new discoveries at the dig site. Using new technology, old discoveries are now also revealing new clues about the people who once were at the campsite. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake back here on a Thursday. It's July 17th. Let's take a look at the things that have happened on this day in history. Is July 17 historic? Kinda. 1866, a band of Sioux warriors drive off a herd of livestock, estimated 175 horses and mules from the 18th Infantry Regiment there at Fort Phil Kearny. Soldiers gave pursuit, and the resulting conflict ended up killing a few soldiers and wounding a few as well. This day, 1876, more Indian trouble. The Battle of Warbonnet Creek occurred. Colonel Wesley Merritt and his 5th Cavalry out of Fort Robinson, Nebraska, attacked the Cheyenne. In the vicinity of Fort Robinson, the battle would launch Buffalo Bill Cody into fame. The Battle of Warbonnet Creek, 1876. This day in 1891, an explosion at the Union Pacific's number 6 mine killed 5, was felled as far away as Rock Springs. 1915, this day, unseasonable snowstorm occurred in Hartville, I would say unseasonable. I mean, July 17th, snowstorm in Hartville, Wyoming, 1915. We saw a cold front come through the state yesterday, but nothing like a snowstorm. This day, 1921, Bernu Aquanetta was born in Cheyenne. You unlikely know the name, but she had an incredible history. I looked her up on the Wikipedia. She was an actress in a lot of B movies. She was often billed as not as Arapaho. In fact, there's still speculation whether she was truly Arapaho. She was orphaned by two Arapaho parents, mom and dad. But some think she may have African-American background. She has a brother, I think, who was African-American. But Bernu Aquanetta, often billed as in Hollywood as the Venezuelan volcano. And she was in a bunch of B movies through the 1940s and 50s, known for her exotic look. Born in Cheyenne, as we said, she lived a long life, died at age 83, not that long ago, in Arizona. In 2004, she was married several times. She did not smoke or drink or even take tea or coffee. Maybe that's the key to a long life. But she's a fascinating woman. Started her career as a model in New York City. I think she left. She was in an orphanage placed with a family, but she left that family at age 15 and just struck out on her own, ended up in New York City modeling, and eventually in Hollywood starring in movies. The birthday today in 1921 of Bernu Aquanetta. This day, 1952, The Guide was established. That was a newspaper in addition to a paper called The News. Eventually, the two would merge to become today's News and Guide. But The Guide was established on this day in 1952. And on this day, 1975, a plaque presented to the commissioner of the reclamation at Pathfinder Dam. You can still find that plaque, Pathfinder Dam today. Let's head into the Zoom room. Welcome Renee Jean into the discussion. Renee, how's your Thursday going?
Oh, it's going, Jake.
Good. Very good. I wanted to talk cycling with you. We haven't talked about the cycling. You were in Lander, I think, for the rock climbing, the whole mountain climbing, rock climbing deal, which is a big deal.
Yeah.
But also, this bike, it's not a race, I guess. What do we call it? It's this bike tour.
Yeah. So people, I think, get confused about that because it's the Tour de Wyoming.
Yeah.
Kind of patterned after the name of the Tour de France, which is a very famous race. But this isn't really a race. This is more like a marathon, sightseeing, adventure kind of thing. The idea, I think, is just to kind of showcase Wyoming, a different part of it every year, a tour that will be challenging yet beautiful. And all the folks that I talked to, were this is one of the, according to them, and these guys do a lot of these races, this is one of the best in the nation as far as these kind of bike tours. In fact, a lot of communities are losing their bike tours. There's just not enough people signing up for them anymore. It's harder to find venues for the bike tours. And so they're kind of losing them. But yeah, I was eating dinner and I was going to go over to the park because I knew that these guys were in town. I bumped into a couple of them earlier in the day. And so I knew they were in town. But as I was eating dinner, this guy sat down next to me and he was part of the Tour de Wyoming. So I just start talking to him and pretty soon I've got half of a story.
Was that Mark Ryan, who for him, that was kind of a coming home event. He was born, grew up in Wyoming. I think he's in like St. Louis now. And he said, this tour, the Wyoming's not easy to get into. It's a kind of an exclusive. They turned away 100 cyclists. He got in lucky enough, and it was perfect because, for him, it's a return. It's a homecoming.
Yeah, he grew up in the Rock Springs area. This year's tour was all about the Windies, the Wind River Mountains, as he called them, the Windies. I guess that's probably what locals call them.
I've never heard that, but okay.
That's what he called them.
Yeah,
he kept calling them the Windies.
Yeah.
The Windies were in my backyard. But he's not talking about the wind. He's talking about the Wind River Mountains and looking out at those. And so, he always tells everybody he's from Wyoming. He's been trying to get into this race for 6 years. And so, it's not that easy to get into, especially if you're an individual. I think the thing is the tour director, if you have a group and you have a volunteer in that group, she just kind of automatically checks the box and you're in, because she needs those volunteers to staff the routes and, the rest stops and all of that, and help with different things in the camp. So that is an in. If you're looking for an in to get on the tour to Wyoming, go with a group and have a volunteer as part of your group, and your group gets in. I think that may be what made it hard for him, because he's just doing it as an individual.
Good little secret advice from Renee, who was hanging out in Lander. Cowfish must have been packed every day between the International Climbers Festival and this tour to Wyoming. It was big time to be in Lander. Wow.
I don't think I've ever been to the Cowfish that it hasn't been packed.
Yeah.
Always packed.
It is super popular.
That whole block, Coulter block, is just packed with people. The first time I went there was the 4th of July. And I wanted somewhere to eat. So I thought, well, this looks good. I'll try this Cowfish, right? And when I get there, that place is packed. And the area between the two businesses, there must have been 500 people stuffed in there, dancing around and drinking and listening to music. I was like, man, this is like some kind of frat party. And it was just all the people who come back to Lander for the 4th of July, the people who grew up there, and they come back and they visit their family and enjoy the 4th of July. The tourists, of course, as well. It's just this blend of tourism, and it's like a family reunion / frat party right between those two businesses. It was fascinating. I was like, wow.
Yeah. You want to get your finger on the pulse of Lander, you got to drop by the Cowfish. Food is great. Beer is even better. But yeah, that's like headquarters Lander. Everybody but Bill Sniffen will be there. And maybe even Bill. I don't know. I can't remember if we talked about Mary Throne, but I wanted to talk about her and what this new job entails that she got.
Oh, yeah. So that was a while back. We didn't talk about that?
I think I thought we missed it. I mean, she had a gig with the government, right? And then
the commissioner. She's the Public Service Commission member. She was the chair during all that Rocky Mountain Power rate increase. She was the chair of the commission. But so what I think is interesting about that, Jake, to have someone, to tap someone from the Public Service Commission, and she told me part of her job will be connecting the dots. So evidently this company is having some trouble connecting some dots. They need some things. And we've done stories before about how, along I-80, there are data centers everywhere until you get to Cheyenne. And after Cheyenne, all of that stops. And then it doesn't pick up again until you get to Utah. So there's this big empty all along the I-80 corridor from Cheyenne to basically Utah, where there's fiber optic. The fiber optic you need is there, but the power that you need is not. So there's a big, huge power issue in Wyoming. I've written a couple of stories about that now. We export 15 times more power than we use. And yet we are struggling to power up new manufacturing, new businesses, new data centers, things that need power. We're struggling to power them up, even though we're producing in abundance. Part of that is infrastructure. The infrastructure is not built to you have to step that power down to a certain amount. Well, the infrastructure that was built for those communities along I-80 is more like 50 megawatts. In order to get 200 megawatts that a lot of these data centers need, 250 megawatts, you need new infrastructure.
And that's hopefully where Mary comes in. Mary Throne tapped as the new general counsel for Prometheus Hyperscale, who is going to be a big player in this whole data center thing. And they grabbed her from the Wyoming Public Service Commission. Yeah. So, yeah, good to know. I want to talk to Mary. If you could share Mary's details, I want to get her on the show. She'd be awesome.
Okay, sure.
What else you working on for the weekend? Anything?
I thought I sent that to you. Didn't you ask me for that
Maybe
earlier?
you did. Yeah.
I think I sent it to you.
Are you still in Lander? What's happening?
No, I'm here in Cheyenne. This Friday, Ian Munsick's going to be taking the stage.
Ooh.
Wyoming guy to actually be the headliner, not opening for somebody else. Of course, Chris Ledoux's played Cheyenne Frontier Day stage quite a bit, but I was told by Cheyenne Frontier Day's officials that he was always the opener for somebody else. So Ian Munsick has the honor of being Wyoming's first headliner. So I'm hoping to get kind of a little back behind the scenes look at that. What does he do to get ready for this big bucket list item? He said last year this would be like the biggest thing for him in his career, that he really wanted to play Cheyenne Frontier Days. And that was after he had played to a sold out crowd at Red Rocks. And Red Rocks is pretty iconic.
Maybe you can share hair technique. Find out how long it takes him to get his hair ready to go on stage. He's got to have hair.
Right? I know, right? Well, so I don't know if I'm going to get that behind the scenes look or not. I have asked. I am trying to get that. Maybe it'll just be an interview, but I will definitely ask about the hair.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks, Renee. Have fun with that. Yeah, Cheyenne Frontier Days. Look at it. It's July 17th already. Have a great weekend.
Yeah.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll be back with more as we work our way through a Thursday. Stay there. Ask Abby is coming up.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
The stage is set. I got a batch of questions that are unanswerable. They have no right answers, and Abby has got no answers at all anyway. We'll see.
I have answers.
All right. We need the right answers.
Are generally a little off. Just a little off.
All right. I want, first off, for those who are able to get on the YouTubes, we're on YouTube, we're on X, we're on Facebook Live, we're on radio everywhere. Unfortunately for you radio people, you don't get a look at Abby right now, who's rocking the rock star look. Can you give us an example of the Gen Z stare?
What's a Gen Z scare?
Stare. Aren't you Gen Z? You're Gen Z, right? Kinda.
No, I don't think so. What's Gen Z?
It's the Gen Z blank stare. Like when they're supposed to have an emotion or a response, and all you get's the blank stare. Pretty much like go try to order something from Starbucks off menu or something weird. Like order a large coffee instead of saying venti. I'd like a large. You'll get the Gen Z stare from the barista. Like
I'm not Gen Z.
Okay.
I'm 40 years old.
No way.
Yeah, I just turned 40 in May.
I don't believe it, but okay. Happy birthday.
You can't buzzer that. Don't even try to buzzer that either.
I was looking for a buzzer.
I'm 40.
No, you can't be 40. You look 24.
Yes.
Thank
you, parents. Thank you, Mike and Gwen, for these phenomenal genetics.
Yeah. So do you want to, I have like trivia that's, it's kind of like riddles. It's outside the box thinking kind of trivia.
Okay.
Or
I'll probably be terrible at it.
Or do you know anything about state, like the United States, each state? Do you know a little bit about each state? Have you been to every state? How many states have you been to?
Not every state, no. Gosh, I don't know. Not a ton. Wyoming, Colorado, New Mexico, California, Oregon.
So would you know like each state's motto? What's Montana's motto?
Probably something about being under the big sky.
Yeah. Yeah. Big sky country. It's also the treasure state, which is what they're rocking now on the license plate.
Montana is the treasure state?
According to my data.
Oh.
What's Idaho?
I would think treasure would be in California with all the gold.
California. I don't know what they're, what's Idaho's moniker?
Something about potatoes.
You would think.
I don't know.
It is nicknamed the Spud State, much like Wyoming is sort of nicknamed the Cowboy State, but that's not really our motto. Idaho is the...
I don't know. I said I don't know.
That's not a gem state. The gem state.
Oh.
Okay, here's Hawaii is what?
The Sunshine State.
That would be Florida, right? Yeah.
Hawaii is the Spam State.
No.
They like Spam there.
Why?
It's like they eat a lot of Spam in Hawaii.
How do you know that to be true?
I've seen it in the TVs. I've seen it
All
on
right.
the stories on the television.
I'm unaware of that. No, that's the Aloha State.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Let's, you're not so good at states. Let's go to our other backup plan.
I have told you geography is not my thing.
None of the things are your thing.
Sorry. Trivia is not my thing.
Trivia in general, asking you questions. I know. That's why this segment is the highest rated on the Cowboy State Daily. What is always coming but never arrives? This requires thinking outside the box. These are the riddle trivias. It's always coming but never arrives. Once you see the answers for a few of these, you'll get how you're going to need to think.
The future?
Yeah. Tomorrow. Yes. What gets wetter the more it dries?
Oh, I know this one. Ice. No. I know this one. I've had this one asked before. What gets wetter the more it dries? I can't remember.
A towel.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. What goes up but never goes down? There could probably be a few of these answers.
What goes up and never comes down?
Yeah. Goes up, but it doesn't go down. You just mentioned it, which I couldn't believe.
I did?
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
You experienced one in May.
Oh, your birthday.
Yep. Your age always
Your
goes
age,
up.
yes.
Unfortunately, never goes down. Okay, riddle me this, Joker. A girl falls off a 50-foot ladder and she's not hurt at all. How come?
A girl falls off a 50-foot ladder and is not hurt.
And is not hurt.
Because women are tough.
Well,
because she was 50 feet tall. Because she fell off into a pile of marshmallows.
yeah, that's what I thought you were going to go. It's what you fall into. No, she fell off the bottom step.
Oh.
Yeah. If a plane crashes on the border, right on the border, exactly on the border between the United States and Canada, where would they bury the survivors?
This is a riddle, or is this like a fact?
Maybe a little of both.
If a plane crashed, where would they bury the survivors?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Well, you don't bury survivors.
That's the trick of the question. Now you're getting the hang of these. You're getting the hang of these. You're starting to listen. This is good. A cowboy rides into town on Friday. He stays in town 3 days and rides out of town on Friday. How's that possible?
Okay, ask it again.
A cowboy rides into town on Friday, stays 3 days, and rides out of town on Friday.
Oh, because Friday's his horse. Friday's his horse.
Whoa, Friday's the name of his horse. You're getting it. Okay, which weighs more? A pound of feathers or a pound of bricks?
A pound is a pound, silly.
Wow. What has a head, a tail, but no body?
A coin.
Well, how are you getting these now? You're on a hot streak.
I'm smart.
Okay, this one, I think you can get this one because you've read the Bible a little bit. This comes out of the Bible. How many animals How many animals did Moses take on the ark with him?
Noah took animals on the ark.
Yes, the answer is 0. Moses did not pilot the ark. Wow. Abby, this is your strength. This is the way your mind
Look
thinks.
at me shine. Look at me shine.
What has a whole bunch of keys but can't open any locks?
A piano.
Oh my goodness. Okay, here's the ultimate riddle. You probably heard this one. Maybe. This is a classic. You see 2 doors. One door, you're told, leads to certain death. The other leads to life or freedom. There are 2 guards, one standing in front of each door. One guard always tells the truth, and one guard always lies. You have one question to ask either guard. What would you ask to be sure that you make it to safety and freedom? You understand the assignment?
I think so.
2 doors.
2 doors. So you want to basically you're trying to figure out which door leads to death.
You don't want to go to death. You want to open the door that goes to whatever the life is. And one guard always tells the truth, and one's always going to lie to you, but you don't know which is which.
I don't know. That's making my brain work really hard. You would ask because you only have one question.
Yes, one question. So if you ask a guard, like, is this the door to death? And he says no, you can't be sure. He could be the liar.
Oh, gosh. I guess you would want to ask if the guard... You would ask the guard something. What would you ask the guard about himself?
Oh.
You wouldn't ask about the door. You would ask the guard something about himself. I guess you could ask ask the guard if he ever lies.
Maybe.
No, because I don't know, Jake.
There's smoke coming out of your brain right now.
It was more fun when I knew the answers.
Yeah, I know. You were on a real hot streak. All right. The answer is, because this is an old one, it's tough. You would ask the guard, you would say, if I were to ask the other guard, which door leads to freedom, what would he say? And then whatever the answer is, you would choose the opposite.
Oh.
Because if you reason it out, what would the other guard say is the right door, the door to freedom? And if he was a liar, either way you worked it out, you would just ignore that and you would pick the opposite door of what he said. And you would always win in that scenario.
Okay.
You want to go back to states? Was states easier?
No.
Maybe? No?
No.
Who's the gopher state?
Like gophers, like
Gopher,
that
like
little
the
critter?
Yeah, yeah.
You know what's funny is some people don't know that they're called gophers and they call them weird other names.
They do?
Yeah. Like I'm like, no, that's a gopher. And they call them like, I don't even know what they call them. Call them weird little names.
Richardson ground squirrel?
No. The gopher state, I would want to say it's Wyoming, but I'm guessing not. It's maybe somewhere in this New Mexico?
No.
It's not going to be the East Coast, right?
Right.
And it's going to be the South, right? No. Your face says no.
No.
How about Michigan?
Close enough. Minnesota.
Oh.
They both start with MI.
Yeah, that deserves a magic wand.
Who's the show me state?
Oh, I know this.
Yeah.
Oh, California? No. The show me state. It's, I don't know.
Missouri.
I've heard it. Missouri. Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that.
Land of Enchantment.
I don't know. That's a state.
Yeah, it's on their license plate still today. If you pass somebody.
Give me a region.
South of us. Here in Wyoming.
South of us. It's not Texas. Arkansas? No enchantment there?
Man.
What is it?
You got to sit down with a map, and New Mexico would New Mexico. Hey, did you go? You saw a show here up on Snow King.
Yeah.
Was it what?
It was rainy.
It was rainy, but I heard it was still a good show, though. It was
yeah. Shane Smith and the Saints.
Shane Smith and the Saints, who was on an episode or two of Yellowstone, big, fun Texas band.
Yeah. Yeah, they used to play, kind of a cool story, Jake. They used to play at the Cowboy when I bartended there.
Wow.
Like back, 2014 maybe. And it was neat because they were doing sound check when I was coming in to work to get the bar set up. And I thought I had died and gone to heaven because they sounded so amazing. And then they ended up hanging out in Laramie, and we got them to play just a little acoustic show at the Buckhorn because they didn't have to be to wherever they were going next. So we got to get a pretty fun little experience with them way early on. And now they've become pretty successful, pretty awesome band, really nice guys. They just sound in person. They're just phenomenal. But yeah, major rain, lightning delays, going down the gondola at night is terrifying. It's scary. But it's a lot of fun.
More so than skiing? You ever gone down Snow King?
No, I don't ski.
Steep.
Yeah. You can see the lights of Jackson.
Yeah.
And you're just, but I just turned my head and did not watch because it was not going to make me feel good.
Yeah. Too scary.
But yeah, super fun. Those concerts up there. I want to go again and maybe luck out with some nicer weather.
Yeah.
There's also a little bit of anxiety about being up there because if they shut the tram down, you're not getting off there unless you're going to walk down.
Yeah.
And that's kind of terrifying. It's like
a
we could
long
be up
walk.
here. Yeah. Because they're not going to run the tram if there's lightning. So, yeah.
Could be
It's
up there
also
a
like-
while.
It's also like Vietnam back here in the backyard of the cabin. There's mosquitoes just demolishing me as we speak.
Oh, really? Even right now on this day?
Yeah. Yep. I just killed one. Rest
Mm.
in peace, mosquito. Yeah. I've got like 12 mosquito bites on my left foot. Today starts the tournament, Fishing for the Fight. Remember when you talked to Chauncey?
Yeah.
Goodrich. Yep. So today's the day we start the tournament. So that's exciting.
Are you
Everybody
one of the
cheer me
guys?
on.
You're one of the
Yeah.
guides? Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where are you putting in? Do you know yet?
I do know, but I can't disclose that information.
Oh, okay.
Top secret.
Yeah.
Top secret. But yeah, so we fish and you have two different teams, one day, one the other. So it's kind of fun. You get to meet more people and yeah, it's great. It's awesome. I'm excited about it.
That's a fun event and what a good cause. And it gets bigger and bigger every year. That's cool. Well, I'm excited for that. While we have you, an expert fly fisher person, Game and Fish just announced that it's that time of year where we got to really be careful with the trout. Rising water temperatures. Trout do not like when the water gets this warm. So when you're landing them, when you're fishing, what are some of the things you do to make sure you can get that trout back in the water without maiming them, killing them, and making it, as safe as you can for the trout? What do you do? I mean, you got to bring them into the boat fast.
Yeah. Well, I always pinch my barbs on all my flies. So that way, when you do catch them, keep them wet as long as you can. And then releasing pulling a fly out that doesn't have barbs on it takes a second.
Yeah, much easier.
It's when people, when people don't pinch their barbs, then that's when you're yanking the barb out of their mouth and they're ripping half their face off. So that's something I definitely do. And then just, if you have to take a picture, a lot of times, I mean, people want to take pictures of their fish. That I'm one of those people as well, but not, not holding them out as, it's like, be ready, have your camera ready, keep them in the water as long as you can, lift them up, take that picture and get them back in the water. And then, not fishing when the temps are high too. So, those are always important, but yeah, fishing without hooks is also fun. No, I'm just kidding. And you're really protecting the fish.
I fish, and I've seen some actually release them in the net, all in the water. Like, if you can, just limit the amount of time that fish is out of the water and try to
Yeah, if you're not, going to take a photo of the fish, just pull that hook out while they're in the net and release them straight from the net. That's even better.
All right.
That's Mo Betta.
You had a string there where you were doing really good in trivia. Like, you were thinking you were on another level now. It was magic for a moment. Wow.
It was magic. Pure magic before you sabotaged and crash landing.
One more time, give me the Gen Z stare, you 24-year-old.
Yeah,
there it is. Thanks, Abby. Have a great weekend fishing. Ask Abby on the Cowboy State Daily Show. We'll take a break, be back as we run for the home stretch here on the Cowboy State Daily Show Network.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Thursday. Dale Killingback's story. We should have a regular feature every morning on the most Florida Cowboy State Daily story. This would be the winner today. The most Florida story. Cheyenne man accused of using brass knuckles and a pistol in order to steal an Xbox. I gotta think the brass knuckles are as costly as an Xbox and certainly a handgun. Anyway, a 32-year-old man accused of first shaking the brass knuckles in order to get an Xbox game from someone's home. Then he just went right to the firearm. I think I would open with the gun. And never mind the brass knuckle thing. Just start with the gun. 5 criminal charges facing a 32-year-old man. Could see a potential of 35 years in prison if convicted on all aggravated robbery with a deadly weapon. One of them that James Rizzo will face. 2 counts of aggravated assault and battery, threatening with a weapon. 1 count of theft. 1 count of child endangerment. That's his own kid. Rizzo's 7-year-old daughter watched a lot of these things happen. This went down in Cheyenne on Friday of last week. The arrest made Monday of this week. Cheyenne Police Department. Dale Killingback's story gets really convoluted as to what went down, it really starts to get Florida. James Rizzo was pointing a pistol at more than one person, allegedly saying, "I'll kill all of you." This in front of his daughter. Yes. There are eyewitnesses, including the people he pointed the pistol at and shook his brass knuckles at. Yeah. And then we got a 17-year-old that was able to run away and hide on top of a parked RV because Rizzo had allegedly sicked his dog after him, a husky. That just gets more Florida by the minute. Read the story from Dow Killingback, see if you can make any sense of it. Andrew Rossi, this story makes perfect sense. We all heard about the big fire, the elk fire last year, one of the two major fires burning in the state of Wyoming. The elk fire up there in the Bighorns, in certain places, the Bighorns, where it's on the downslope, it really burns slow and hot and thoroughly. And that makes for lots of dead trees and brush and other living flora that the root system would hold the soil. And whenever you see a major fire like this, in the year or two to follow, you get a lot of landslides, and authorities were kind of ready for it, especially in this area. U.S. Highway 14 overnight Tuesday. Big debris flow covering the road. We got photos of it. You see rocks and all kinds of junk coming across the highway. This happened, if you're familiar with the area, the debris flow happened about 6 in the afternoon on Tuesday near Crystal Springs Rest Area at mile marker 75. That's on the eastern side of the Bighorns between Burgess Junction and Dayton. It's been a problematic area since the fire last fall, and it's a place that YDOT and everybody else monitors carefully. They had a pretty good slide roll through there. Not a huge landslide, but debris and rocks and water. And yeah, it takes a little while to clean that up. Andrew Rossi has a story in the Cowboy State Daily. I forgot to ask Abby about this. I was going to have her guess. This would have been an easy one. I would have been able to give her the magic wand. Simple. If you guess America's drunkest and driest counties. I'm looking at the map from Intoxistates. Oh, that's funny. Intoxistates.com. According to the numbers, according to the data, county by county, who is the drunkest, who drinks the most, drinks to excess, and what counties drink the least, or the driest. And starting close to home in Wyoming, any guess, hazard off the top of your head, pretend you're Abby, who is the drunkest county in Wyoming? You would start by thinking it's where the college is, right? Certainly Laramie, you think there's a lot of drinking there, college kids. It's actually the second drunkest county in the state of Wyoming is Albany County, with 22.31% of people here are what's called excessive drinkers. But to get to the drunkest county in Wyoming, that would be Teton. 23.1% people in Teton County, excessive drinkers, number one. Who's on the lower end of the scale? Johnson County. They don't drink a whole bunch in Johnson County, just under 15% excessive drinkers. And Hot Springs, by far the driest county, the least amount of excessive drinking anyway, at 14.7% excessive drinkers. As previously reported on this show, Montana, oh my goodness, almost every county in Montana drinks to excess, including the drunkest county in all the United States, Gallatin County, Montana. 26.8% of the people in Gallatin are excessive drinkers. That makes that the drunkest county in the United States, even acknowledging that Wisconsin, as far as an overall state, man, they drink in Wisconsin. Holy cow. Just about every county in Wisconsin drinks far above the excess line. Driest state, easy one, Utah. Just 9% of the people in Utah, by and large, are quote unquote excessive drinkers. Interesting map. And just verifying some things I think we sort of knew, kind of knew in our heart of hearts. Yeah. Is that going to wrap us up? The music has started. We must be wrapping up. Oh, by the way, we're going to fact check that story that's been making the rounds last week, that Buffalo Bills star quarterback MVP Josh Allen paid off student loan debt for the entire University of Wyoming graduating class for 2018. That story was making the rounds last week. It is not true. Josh Allen did not pay off all the student loans from his fellow classmates in 2018. Not true. Snopes fact-checked it. They could find no reputable news service that had a similar story. It seems to be the complete work of AI, just robots making up stuff. Just so you know, that's going to wrap it up for a Thursday. Shireen will be in for me tomorrow, but we'll see you then, same time, in the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.